Ja, ja. Ja. Ja, og så introduserer du meg. Ja. Good morning, everyone. Please find your seats and feel at ease. There's a beautiful bell ringing. I think that's probably part of the morning ritual. Once again, good morning, all of you. My name is Sturla Stålseth. I have the privilege to be the rector of this institution, MF School of Theology, Religion and Society. And it is for me a especially important event that we are here for today at MF and tomorrow at the Holocaust Center, where we will be raising crucial, critical questions. How is it possible that 500 years, more than 500 years of Roma slavery could take place in our continent, on our European soil? What were the characteristics, the mechanisms, the politics, and the consequences of such cruel and inhumane treatment of the Roma people? And not least, how has it been possible to cover it up for so long? In history itself, in the writing of history, historiography, through discourses and manipulation, through silences, distortion, and euphemistic lies. And what are the lasting effects of this long history of suffering and marginalization? But also of Roma agency and resistance, resilience, which has often been invisibilized and part of the forgetness through this, the manipulated forgetness. As professor and Romani activist Delia Grigore writes, Romani slavery has received little attention in general historiography, and the dimension of a possible post-traumatic slave syndrome has received almost no attention at all. Well, we are now addressing these issues very clearly. But it reminds us, these words, of the magnitude of what has been overlooked for too long. So, dear all distinguished participants, invited guests, esteemed colleagues, partners, and not least members of the Roma community in Norway and abroad, here present, it is a great honor and a profound joy to welcome you to this conference. On behalf of MF, I am extremely satisfied and proud that we have been able to, in collaboration with many good partners, to organize and host this important conference. This is in many ways a historic gathering, I would say, not only because of its topic, but because of its depth, its critical edge, its broad participation, and its high level of academic expertise. And importantly, because of its expression of recognition of Roma resistance and Roma agency throughout the centuries. This conference marks the culmination of the MEMOROBIA research project located here at MF under the excellent leadership of Professor Solvor Mjøberg-Lauritzen. And I think this project, as well as this conference, shows and represents an inclusive and innovative approach, combining academic hard work, publication research, debate, but also artistic expressions, exhibitions, and cultural events. So across these 2 days, we will search for or try to document and disclose and remember atrocities that span more than 500 years. We will seek to examine the invisibilization, the distortion, harmonization, and the consequential legitimization that has followed of these atrocities. We will address the continued stigmatization and exclusion of Roma communities that they face today, and we will explore the possibilities and the mechanisms for reparation through research, acts of remembrance, and again, the very important word here, I think, is recognition. This work is critical research. It is hopefully also inspiration. Inspiration and invitation to mobilize, to imagine alternatives, possible avenues forward, and an invitation to contribute to realize them, to build them together. So, on behalf of MF, I wish to express great gratitude for you being here, to all of you participants, to our partners, among them the Norwegian Research Council, the Center for Health and Human Rights at the Harvard University, the Amara Romenza, and the Holocaust Center here. And a special thanks to the leader of the MEMOROBIA project, Professor Solvor, who has been at the head of this. Thank you for your dedication, your clarity, and the courage you have shown in leading this important work. So I wish us all meaningful and challenging, reflecting, and truly historic days, these 2 next days together. And I leave the floor to you, Solvor, to take on the task of continuing this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Sturla. I will be very short, and I will mainly limit myself to practical information. Welcome. It's fantastic to have you all here, both in the room and online. And that's my first point, that this conference, all of it is being streamed, and it is also recorded, and it will be made available for later viewing, so that you know that if you speak, there are people outside the room that will hear you. Sturla already said that this is a research project that was funded by the Research Council of Norway. And we started out as 5 researchers working together. For the first couple of years, Jan Selling from Sødertørn University was part of the project. And we are 4 researchers concluding the project today. Magda Matakke from FXB Center for Health and Human Rights at Harvard University. Delia Grigore from Amara Romenza in Romania. And finally, Maria Dumitru and myself, who have been based here at MF, Norwegian School of Theology, Religion and Society. I will leave it to Maria, who will speak after me, to speak more about the content, but I need to say there are 2 emergency exits, one in the front, one in the back, and we have a very tight program, so we will try to stop you if you get too engaged, just so you are warned beforehand. Today and tomorrow, we will be here at MF. We will be at the House of Literature, where Magda will have a book talk about her book. We will be at Romanoker, the Norwegian Roma Culture Center, for an event where Salomon Taikon Gonzalez will perform for us. And tomorrow, we will be at the Norwegian Holocaust Center, where we will open an exhibition that is based on the research that we have been doing, and also artwork. Here's an example by Emanuel Barica. So you're heartily welcome to join us for all of this. I hope you do. And with that, I will leave the floor to Maria Dumitru. Please come, Maria. Thank you.
These are short for Norwegians, not for Romanians, short like me. So welcome, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for being here. So I will just say a couple of words of my experiences and my reflections about this project, and also about my work as a researcher in this project of MEMOROBIA. In 2022, when I started my PhD, I wrote a manifest poem about slavery and racism. If I can have some assistance, yeah? Now? Yeah? It is this better? Great, thank you. Better now? Great. Thank you. Yeah, it's fine. I think if people are hearing me, that's great. Thank you. So as I said, in 2022, when I started my PhD, I wrote a manifest poem about slavery and racism, reinterpreting the Romanian national anthem, Deșteaptă-te Române, Wake Up Romanian. In this poem, I was talking about the long episode of slavery in Romania, the harms produced during this time, the contributions of slave population to what we call today Romania, but also about the current hatred of race, ura de rasă. Many Romanians are unaware of their enslavement history, resulting in a social and national amnesia that continue to affect Romani people, as the sociologist Fortuna writes about it. But the period of enslavement was long, painful, and traumatic, laying the foundation for many of the inequalities and prejudices that many Roma face today. One of the myths and prejudices surrounding this history is the stereotype of Roma laziness and the belief that the Roma do not want to work. Dr. Matake discussed this in depth in her groundbreaking book, which I hope you will be able to join today, The Permanence of Anti-Roma Racism, and I wanted to reflect this with you today. Isn't interesting but cruel how a population that was exploited for 500 years, even before being born, who have built monasteries and boyar houses, brought wealth, worked for free, and died in the hands of their enslavers, were called lazy? Today in Romania, many people, many Roma, perform the hardest work and underpaid jobs, both formal and informal, such as sweepers, cleaner, recycling pets, metals, and so on. But still, their work is not recognized. And this is also the story of my mother and many other Roma women who wakes up every night at 2:30 a.m. to start their jobs at 4 in the morning as sweepers to clean the streets of the Gage people, while often being called out as gypsy, lazy, or parasites. Women who, in the dream of earning a dignified life while protecting and keeping the city clean, face continued racism. Romania cannot change the 500 years of oppression of slavery, but it can definitely change the approach toward the education about this history. The reparation forms, which now are in existence, the symbolic efforts of talking about this in museums, theaters, in schools, in truth-telling, and acknowledging the gender harms produced toward Roma during this period. This approach should also include more commitments to combat the racism that Romani people face today, because oppression, ura de rasă, is not ended. Projects studying Roma slavery should be commissioned in Romania, in the present territories of Wallachia and Moldavia. We know that around 20 years ago, a state commission was started to study the Roma slavery, but it never got to an end. It didn't even start. So I really hope that new forces will lead and continue to advocate for a commission built by Roma and non-Roma women, men, historians, ethnologists, cultural sociologists, gender experts, and so on. We are indeed happy that here at MF, we were welcome to articulate these important topics, such as Roma slavery. And together with Romani scholars who have been named Matake and Grigore, but also with our professor Lauritsen, which is our very strong ally. Because enslavement history is not just a Romanian history, but European, as Tura reflected. Slavery was just another episode of oppression and dehumanization that the Roma have suffered in many European countries, including in Norway. You also have your own history of dehumanization against Romani people. Dr. Matake emphasizes the significance of addressing anti-Roma racism in global discussions on racism, because often this issue is overlooked. And it's also crucial to include this conversation, because as the human rights lawyer Ruiz Molina points out, the practices of power and hatred that Europeans have directed toward Roma communities have long existed before race and racism have been recognized as markers of oppression. So I really think that projects like MEMOROBIA not only highlight the historical injustices of slavery, but also actively combat anti-Roma racism and advocates for a more equal and just society. I am grateful to pursuing a PhD under the guidance and supervision of my Professor Trine Anker, our prorectorate, who has been a tremendous support throughout my learning journey. Thank you. I also am very happy, and I would like to express my immense gratitude to Dr. Matake, who have joined later in my supervision journey, but I am very proud and grateful to have her as a mentor and as a supervisor. Thank you. I really hope that the knowledge produced in this project and also conference will have an impact and lead to new paths of research, inspire new inquiries, and also to interrogate much more, what do we know about Roma? What is left out and why? Thank you so much, and wish you an excellent conference with a great learning. Thank you.
Can you hear me well? Yes. Thank you for the opportunity to moderate today's keynote session. My name is Alma Jafic Ferhatovic, and I am a master's student at Lund University. It is an honor to introduce today's keynote speaker, the honorary Professor Ian Hancock. Professor Hancock is one of the world's leading voices in the international Romani civil rights movement. He published over 300 books and articles on Romani history, language, and culture, and established one of the largest archives of books and papers on the Roma. His book, The Pariah Syndrome, was the first book in English to document the enslavement of Roma in Europe and about the Holocaust, something which was instrumental into bringing attention to this hidden part of our history. His influence reaches well beyond the university. He was the formerly Romani member of the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Council and state commissioner with the Texas Holocaust and Genocide Commission. His work has and continues to receive extensive international recognition. For example, he was the he was received honorary doctorates for his work from Umeå and Constantine universities. He has been awarded the prestigious Rafto Foundation Human Rights Prize, and in 2019 he was awarded, in 2019 Queen Elizabeth II awarded him the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire. Centers and fellowships around the world have chosen to carry his name forward, such as the Westchester University's the Ian Hancock Graduate Fellowship in Holocaust and Genocide Studies, and the establishment of Zagreb's the Ian Hancock Roma Education Center. He has also received major culture and research awards in Spain and Germany. Moreover, Hancock continues to inspire and motivate not only me, but many young Romani scholars around the world. He continues to remind us that knowledge and language is power, that by understanding our past, we reclaim our narrative, our history, and the foundation on which we build our future on, for ourselves and for generations to come. Thanks to your work, Kakko Janko, and the knowledge it has given us about our history, we are now able to continue building on this. Today, he is here to deliver a keynote speech on slavery, legacies, and traumas. Please join me in welcoming Professor Ian Hancock.
Stuck in the chair. Thank you, Solvo and her team, for making this possible. This is a huge step forward, and I like to think that it's the beginning of bigger and better things to come. We have to keep the momentum going and speak with a louder and louder voice. I want to talk about the slavery from a slightly different perspective. There have been an increasing number of publications on the centuries of slavery, but they have mostly dealt with names and dates and legislature and so on. And I want to talk today about the personal impact of slavery on our people and the damage that it has done, the legacy of slavery in today's population. And this is a long paper, and I'm just going to read it, and I'll try and read it quickly, and I'll leave bits out. If you want the whole thing, email me, and I can send you the whole thing. Because I also touch on, I won't get into it today, but I want also to touch on the genocide as well as another massive, horrible event in our history in the Western world. And all of these things and the ongoing racism have hurt us so deeply, but have also educated us. So let me get started. Current neuroscientific research into transgenerational trauma theory suggests very strongly that the relentless persecution of we Romani people across the entire period of our existence in the West has created a painful branded chromosome or race memory, an indelible imprint on the collective worldview that has shaped our behavior and thus the negative perception that the rest of the world has of us. In this paper, I shall examine aspects of our antisocial, the way we're perceived as antisocial, not fitting in. And I want to talk about this before getting into this concept of inherited genetic trauma. I'm very well aware of the sensitive nature of this. After all, the prime rationale for the genocide in the Nazi period was the notion that we had a disease, an inherited disease, which was criminality. We are born criminals. And so to discuss from the perspective that we've inherited something like criminality is laying the field wide open to be examined and discussed, and I hope we'll do that. Sotero, one of the people who've written about this, wrote, "Historical trauma theory is a relatively new concept in public health. Thus, empirical evidence presently offers weak support for the validity of the theory. Yet, for many, the concept makes intuitive sense." And I have to agree, when I first learned about inherited genetic trauma, I was extremely skeptical, and I still need a bit more convincing. But what is out there, what has been done already, is very persuasive. Put simply, inherited genetic trauma theory maintains that a massive, sustained mental or physical event, whether experienced by one person or by a whole community, can restructure the DNA and as a result modify social behavior and worldview. It examines both intergenerational and transgenerational trauma, the first transmitted from one still living generation to the next, and the second when trauma caused by historical oppression is passed down through several generations, even over centuries, and is inherited by those who did not experience it at first hand. Both have impacted and continue to impact our Romani people. Harvard University Science in the News report for November the 6th, 2017, deals with the link between one's genetic makeup and chronic stress. Quote, "Experiments show that the structure of one's DNA when exposed to chronic stress changes over time, mostly associated with those genes related to a variety of mental illnesses such as depression, autism, spectrum disorder, and schizophrenia," end of quote. The effect of trauma upon health generally have been addressed by a lot of different people, and further useful titles are provided that you can find all of these when you read the whole thing. How trauma even affects language. That the New York-based consulting firm of Robert T. Carter and Associates, which handles cases of racial discrimination and harassment, specializes in race-based traumatic stress. And that's an indication of the acknowledgement of the growing importance of this field. In support of the position taken in this paper, I take the two outstanding traumatic events in our history, enslavement and the Holocaust, and have deliberately selected some of the most painful examples from each to make the case. And there are many more. I'm not going to, for the sake of time, I'm not going to give examples from the Holocaust, but they're equally horrible. And the examples that I will read are from the book that Alma mentioned, the one with the fake poster in it, which some of you may not have read, but I've deliberately picked out the nastiest bits to make the case, because they were experiences, actual conditions experienced by the enslaved. Slavery and the Holocaust were also the examples given by Rachel Yahuda, a professor of psychiatry at the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai, who, and I quote, is researching how serious incidents of trauma, i.e. slavery and the Holocaust, and post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, can be passed down through generations in shared family genes. Her research has revealed that when people experience trauma, it changes their genes in a very specific and noticeable way. So when those people have children and their genes are passed down to their children, the children also inherit the genes affected by trauma. The legacy of trauma inherited from the Holocaust has been investigated, but predictably mostly dealing with Jewish Holocaust survivors, but studies have also been done on Native American, Native Canadian, First Nations people as well, and people who, survivors of war crimes and so on. So there's a lot of work in this area. I want to talk about our predilection to criminality. This is one of the major stereotypes of who we are. We are thieves more than anything. In his travesty on racist thought, Dalton wrote, quote, "Gypsies are perhaps the most hated of all the races. The latest phrenological knowledge suggests that the Gypsy people are genetically predisposed to thievery. The belief that Romani criminality is a specifically genetic, i.e. racial, characteristic can be traced to Cesare Lombroso, who has a whole chapter in his book on the races of man, calling us a whole race of criminals. In 1920, the psychiatrist Carl Binding and the magistrate Alfred Hoche argued that certain categories of human beings should be euthanized, and we were one of those categories because of an inherited genetic disease, i.e. criminality. The notion that criminality is our genetic characteristic was explored again in 1970 when a special office was created in Budapest to determine, quote, whether or not Gypsies' genetic propensity for criminality could be detected from dermoglyphics, based on some 2,000 sets of Romani fingerprints, ostensibly for the purposes of identification. Though frighteningly similar in practice, the Italian government followed suit. In the first week of July 2008, the headline of the International Commission of Jurists bulletin Opinio Juris read, "Italy is to fingerprint Roma, but no one else." And an Associated Press release entitled, "Italy fingerprints thousands of gypsies," read, quote, "Italian authorities have started fingerprinting tens of thousands of gypsies living in nomad camps across the country, adults and children alike, brushing aside accusations of racism by human rights advocates and international organizations. Interior Minister Roberto Maroni told Parliament this week the move was needed to fight crime. Romani Americans are the only ethnic minority against whom laws still exist. A list of those fills 32 pages. The most recent to have been repealed was in New Jersey in 1998. In an earlier paper, I discussed the institutionalized criminalization and vilification of Romanis in the United States. Romanis, not some Romanis, because all of us are tarred by the same discriminatory brush. Quote, "Gypsies are domineering, very loud, outspoken, cunning, and quick-witted. They are completely comfortable with a lifestyle centered around victimizing others, They are not very nice, as Detective Sergeant William Bradway of the Michigan State Police Gypsy Criminal Activity Task Force told one reporter, and that included me. I can be a professor, but I'm still a thief. Overall, Romani American criminality is not significant, given the small number of those involved and the volume of crime nationally, but certainly significant are the types of crime involved. The charge made to the head of one gypsy crime unit, and I quote, "Compared with the massive record of murder, theft, kidnapping, and other crimes by non-gypsies against gypsies throughout history, gypsy crime against non-gypsies pales almost to insignificance, so that to prioritize the study of the latter over the former shows a twisted sense of values." Convictions for criminal activity perpetrated by Romani Americans are overwhelmingly for theft. In a small number of cases, this is by entry during the daytime through the rear of a house while the occupant is engaged at the front door by an accomplice, but more commonly, it is theft by means of reading and advising, popularly called fortune-telling, where gullible clients are relieved of their money, having been persuaded that it carries a curse. In keeping with technology, computers have provided the means to create spurious online dating services, which specifically target an older, vulnerable, single clientele seeking companionship, and who are willing to pay for it unfulfilled. Conspicuous, on the other hand, is the almost total absence of convictions for rape or murder, or for the many kinds of white-collar crimes. The same is clearly evident from an analysis of the kinds of crimes recorded in Dillman's Zigeunerbuch, which paved the way to the genocide. They were overwhelmingly just for trespassing and theft. Legislators do not distinguish one indani, and let me say something about this word. I object strongly to our different groups being referred to as tribes. And I don't like subgroups. Sub means below in some way. There is a Romani word, indani, which works very well. We should use one of our own words for our different divisions, whether you are Vlach or Sinti or Kalo or whatever larger group you belong to, that is your indani, and that's the word I use. And I hope it will get picked up. So legislators do not distinguish one indani from another, whether you are from the Roma or the Ramnichals or the Sinti or the Kale or Manush or whatever your indani is. We're just gypsies, whatever sort of Romani person we are. But an examination of criminal records, and certainly perceptions among ourselves, and this is where it gets tricky. When we look at those of our people, those of our brothers and sisters whose ancestors were enslaved, we find a higher number of convictions for almost entirely theft. Now, why should that be? When I started to think about this, the idea for it came from just listening to people talking about ourselves. Well, those people, da-da-da, from other Romani Endaya. So I started to investigate, and I talked to Romanis in Hungary, in Argentina, in Britain, in the United States, around in different places. And it would seem that those Roma who speak dialects of our language which trace back to that period and that place are more represented in law courts than other Ndaya. So I thought, well, wait a minute, what does this mean? Let me look more closely, because like I keep saying, this is tricky area to get into. But on the basis of what seems to be the case, there's a different attitude towards mostly theft. This is our prime characteristic in the stereotypes. So, and the other thing that got me interested in this was a study done by one of the deans at my own university on the criminalization of African Americans and the conviction rate of African Americans. And what they found was that African Americans from those states that were slave-holding states in the south part of the USA were noticeably higher in the records of arrests for criminality. African Americans in northern states, non-slave-holding states, although of course they were fewer, far fewer in number, were also less targeted. And so then I get into begging, and I talk a lot about begging and how begging actually, like, quotes, fortune-telling, is also something brought with us from our ancestors in Asia, where in India, begging is not seen as something bad. It's something, even in the Christian tradition, you are taught in the Christian tradition to give to the poor, to give to beggars. It's a holy obligation to do that. Times have changed. So I get into that. I talk about the word we use, how the word for beg in many dialects is the same as the verb to want, mang, depending on your dialect. Wanting and begging. So I talk about this in more detail. And then I give quotes from the slavery period, from the book. And I can read some of these. How much time do I still have? Oh, okay. I'm really rushing through this. Let me read some of these quotes from the slavery period, and they're kind of dramatic. I don't know Romanian, but I know French, and a lot of them were from the French records. Here is from Cantemir, who quotes Cara from 1777. Oh no, this is from Cantemir. He says, characteristics are used to justify exploitation and a denial of rights. In reality, in a pre-industrial society where survival depended on physical labor, it was impossible to sustain large numbers of inactive individuals, apart from the clergy and the ruling elites. Theft, when it occurred, was more often a symbolic form of resistance to slavery and structural poverty. In the case of sedentary Roma living under the authority of boyars or on estates, speaking of theft is a distortion. They lived in absolute dependency, and small acts of appropriation cannot be equated with criminality. One of the modern terms, of course, is subsistence theft. You have to steal to survive. Just steal or die if you're being refused service in shops and so on. Other than theft, begging is a necessary option if one's children are to be fed when the doors into mainstream society are closed. But as Volp asks, quote, when do we call behavior cultural and when do we not? Ruggiu discusses several papers that deal with it precisely as cultural, and it may well be brought from India, as I was saying. Indian cultural values can be considerably different from Western ones. To his question, what is the significance of begging in the Indian spiritual tradition, the philosopher Sadhguru explains in his book that, quote, begging in India was a part of the spiritual tradition. You did not select your food, you begged and ate whatever people gave you. It was considered a great privilege when a person on the spiritual path stood in front of your house and asked for food, and for you to offer food to him. De Grey wrote, quote, post-traumatic slave syndrome is a condition that exists when a population has experienced multi-generational trauma resulting from centuries of slavery and continues to experience oppression and institutionalized racism today. And that's what I believe is the state for Roma today. Added to this condition is a belief, real or imagined, that the benefits of the society in which they live are not accessible to them. And to a large extent, that really is the case. If, for centuries, a people have lived in a society where every single thing, including food, clothing, and even one's mate, was provided from outside, i.e., at the discretion of one's owner, and if getting anything extra, whether by stealing or begging or by favors, was dependent upon one's influence with that owner, then it must instill an assumption that this is how one survives in the world. And while slavery has been abolished now for a century and a half, remnants of this way of thinking have left a scar. Not only are assistance and material things sought from outside rather than from within the community, but cultivating useful and influential contacts outside of the non-Romani world, Andigajikania, becomes a priority and becomes a mark of prestige within it. We look to non-Romani people to take the lead and speak for us. And that's something that I object strongly to. There are still far too many non-Romani people speaking for us instead of to us. And we let them do it. We lack the confidence or the skill to do so ourselves. And we have, this is at least in Dani, we talk about our personal gajo, someone we can go to who's an intermediary, and I think you know what I'm talking about. I sometimes hear it said that since gaje created our problems, then it's their responsibility to fix our problems. That's debatable. But what is true is it is our responsibility to fix our problems. And we should take that responsibility. If we say it's not our problem, they caused the problems that we have today, this is the victim perspective, and it absolves us of having to do anything. So this is not the way to approach the problems we have. It's a reflection of slave mentality. They caused it, they fix it. I've heard from different people, we don't need to have a conscience in how we deal with Gage, because they don't have any conscience about how they deal with us. We don't owe them anything. These are things that maybe make us feel better, but they really don't solve anything at all. They're just words. Okay. Contained, impotent anger and resentment only hurts us, mentally and physically, and it should instead be redirected as a motivating force. The term slave mentality was probably first used by Roy Lewis, writing about the freed slaves from the Americas who went to a new country set up on the African coast for those freed slaves who wanted to go to Africa and just get away from the Americas. And he was interviewing those people referred today as Creoles. And he writes in his book, "More than once, I have heard Creoles reproaching their own people for a slave mentality. In the early days of the colony," they would say, "we were given everything by the English: land, implements, administration, schooling, language, and culture. It seems to me that we have never recovered from that dependence. We still expect everything to be done for us. We have only ourselves to blame if outsiders keep assuming the leadership." Well, I like that quote because it just rings true to me. Ancestral slavery, if we look at our history, goes all the way back to what we know now about our history and how our ancestors didn't leave voluntarily from India, but were taken out of India by the Ghaznavis as slave soldiers, as gulams. So they were taken on as slaves. Eventually, they conquered their captors with the help of another population. But it goes back a long way, and there's a lot of literature on this now, a growing amount of literature on this. Let me skip some of this stuff. We mustn't forget that although we're talking about the institutionalized slavery in what is today Romania, there were other kinds of enslavement in other parts of Europe. You could be owned for perpetuity in Spain, for example. In Britain and in England and Scotland, Romanis were being rounded up and shipped off as slaves, not just as indentured servants, but actually as slaves. Portuguese and the Spaniards were sending Romanis even to Africa, to Angola, and even to India, back to India. Imagine what kind of a movie that would make. Anyway, those who have written about the treatment of the slaves in Romania, probably as a salve to their own consciences, have written that the slaves were happy with slavery. It made them feel better to believe that. And they wrote things, here's one. "Once they were made slaves, it seems that they preferred this state. And they, in fact, subjected themselves voluntarily to bondage because of the mild treatment." How bizarre. Lots more quotes. And I think I'm going to skip these. But I do recommend that you if you haven't seen that old book, which is hard to find, I'm happy to send you the whole paper electronically. But I wanted to read one particular quote that I don't think anyone has found. I talk about the slaves who escaped, the Netorci. Of course, they were hated for rebelling against slavery, but they were the heroes. Obviously, they were the heroes. So I have a few quotes about that. But the quote that I really like, that would give an insight into how the slaves were reacting to being enslaved, and this is the theme of the paper, is not all the clinical details, names and dates, but what were those people doing? They were having their children and daughters taken from them. There was such sexual abuse of the girls, which is, I believe, one reason for very early marriage. Make sure the first baby born doesn't belong to the white owner. But the father will be a Romani boy. I believe, too, that the objection to the word poraimus for Holocaust, because it can also metaphorically mean rape, but it only has that metaphorical interpretation in Vlach Romani because of the association with rape specifically. Other dialects have it in its original meaning, but in Vlach it has this specific meaning, and I believe it has something to do with slavery as well. But let me find this quote. Because if you understand some of the literature, the massive literature on African American slavery, the enslavement of Africans, and we can get a lot of our ideas from it. Yes. I'll read you the whole thing. This is from Claude de Peyssonel. He was serving with the French consul in Izmir, and he went into Moldavia and saw slaves, probably for the first time. And I'll just read the whole thing. In Moldavia, they were all slaves. The lords of the country employ them in the cultivation of their lands and in all sorts of services. They trade them amongst each other and sell them at a very low price. But they do not want the foreigner to buy them, and they resist letting them leave the country. So they don't talk, obviously, tell the outside world. Passing through Iași, the capital of Moldavia, I had wanted to buy one who was very talented and excessively entertaining. He would have been given to me as a special favor, but a Frenchman who happened to be there dissuaded me from taking charge of him and assured me that those sorts of slaves are not susceptible of attachment to anyone, won't become loyal, that not only do they run away as soon as they find the opportunity, but that they often push infidelity to the point of robbing and murdering their masters. Now, what struck me in this was a few things. We don't want foreigners to buy our slaves and leave the country with them because they will talk. We don't want slaves to leave the country the Netotsi trying to get away. They're going to say, you know what's going on there? But the fact that the slave wanted to be bought by the Frenchman by being amusing, by acting the fool, this is what black slaves in America did. Because if you can act friendly and non-threatening, you're more likely to not be punished and hurt. Nevertheless, as soon as the opportunity arose, they could turn on you and kill you for what you're doing. And I think that speaks volumes. So anyway, I'm almost to the end of my time. I say a bit more at the end of this, and some recommendations about what we do about it. And in the larger context, and maybe we can talk about this in the discussion even tomorrow, we have to be better educated about our own history. I repeat this until I'm blue in the face. When Gaje asks us, well, what is a gypsy really? Who are you people? Where are you from? You say, oh, well, I'm from Russia. I'm from Serbia. And we don't know enough about ourselves to give a whole answer. And if we cannot speak for ourselves, they will speak for us. And they will tell us our history, because we cannot give them their history. And this is where education is so absolutely important. And I hear from the old people, well, if you start getting educated, you're not a proper Romani anymore. You're turning into a Gaju. Well, that is bullshit. That is absolute bullshit. It makes you a better Romani person because you know more about yourself, you know more about the history. We have to know our history, you have to know our culture, we have to know our language, because without them, we are, for most of us, not most of us, but for a huge chunk of us, we are a visible minority. We're not white. But what are we? We're just colored people. And that's it. Without a culture, our culture becomes a social identity. One British politician said gypsy is a job description, not an ethnic identity. Got me started now. I don't like these organizations that lump all traveling populations under one heading, not on the basis of ethnicity or history or language, but because you travel around. And most of us don't travel around, not like our ancestors. We live in houses. So why is it that you would put us in the same category as another unrelated population just because they live in wagons? I mean, that's an insult. That really is an insult. Anyway, I better stop there. Thank you for listening. Questions? Okay. Questions.
Maybe I can just say, if the ones who have a question want to raise up their hands, and then I can see how many there are. We have 2 hands, so we can, if we collect both the questions, and then you can answer them. Magda?
Good morning, everyone. Magda Matake. Kako, thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you for everything that you've done. I hope you know that you have really paved the way for many of us, not only in relation to studying slavery, but also the Holocaust. And I think that the fact that you have fought the big fights with all these well-known scholars from Yehuda Bauer to Wiesel and others on our behalf, it has helped us a lot. So I'm very grateful for that. But as usual, you provoke us, right? And I think that this was what you were, trying to do today. And as you may guess, I disagree with you. And I disagree with you, and I have a question because, as you know, the Human Genome Project shows that 99.9% of our DNA is similar, human beings, all human beings. So that 0.1% makes a difference at the individual level, but between groups and across groups, we are very much similar. So in bringing DNA in this conversation, for me, it's a big question mark, and you pointed to that very clearly. So I think that's part of my question mark. So how do we put together these conversations about DNAs? We don't have any study about Romani people and post-traumatic, like slavery, trauma and all that. But at the same time, this whole conversation about criminality, which you based on a lot of ethnographic observation, work, so it's more qualitative than why is it that we can think about it in relation to this, genetic tendency toward criminality, as opposed to thinking about Romani people from Romania as a people who had been exploited for hundreds of years, and therefore their inequities, structural inequities in Romania are, much harsher than in other countries. So why is it that we go back to the biological in the age of structural?
Well, I'm sure you get lots of emails from people who got their DNA results back. I've discovered I'm a gypsy. Where can I meet other gypsies? And it's a little bit sad because, especially in the United States, which is a multi-ethnic, multi-racial society, people tend to feel that they have no identity whatsoever. And it's nice to have some identity, which is why you see bumper stickers and T-shirts with slogans and look at me, ask me about what I am, who I am. But when I get these emails, I absolutely don't want to be rude, because you don't know that some of them may be quite sincere and legitimate. And I say, well, depending on where your ancestors are from, if they were from the British Isles, there's an organization called the Romani Traveller, a mixed group, Family History Society, which has a nice little publication, and they give family trees and what have you. But I say, first of all, collect all of the names, speak to the oldest people in your family, because they say, I never grew up in the Romani way. Sometimes they're a little bit silly. I feel that I'm a gypsy. I love music. Quite a lot. I get that a lot. I love to travel. Because their knowledge is from storybooks. But sometimes they are legitimate. And I say, if you do not know any Romani people, and you don't know any Romani people who can vouch for you, who know your family, then you're never going to become a Romani person. You can say, yes, as a matter of interest, I had ancestors who were Romani people. But unless you live in a community and interact all the time, whether these days by computer, in an actual community with other Romani people. It's just an academic thing. The other problem, more of a problem, are those of us who know very well who we are. We know all our relatives, we know our family, but we don't speak the language, we don't know the culture. What does that make us now?
Sorry, Kako, I have to.
And that's a harder one, because the different Endaya maintain the culture to a greater or lesser extent. If you were Călăraș in America,
I am so sorry, Kako. I have to interrupt because we have one more question over there, and I see you have one too, but let's try. Sorry.
we could talk about this
Yeah,
later,
and we
later
also,
on.
I'm going to also say that tomorrow Ian is going to be in another panel, so there will be plenty of time for questions then too. But let's take one more from Maria up there.
Yeah. Maria Dumitru. So thank you so much for the lecture. I think it was very, very insightful and I learned a lot. But again, on the provocative issues and controversial, I would also say, and problematic a little bit, in my view as an anti-racist advocate, the issue of begging. So I think it was very interesting how you put it in relation with the spirituality and the culture back in India or to our ancestors. But when we talk about begging, especially as a researcher in begging with women and Romani people, it's very difficult to not talk about the structural and racialized poverty. Especially that here in Norway, we are in a country that if we walk on the streets, we will see people begging with their heads down, living in extreme poverty. And most of the interviews that people conducted in this team, they will find out that people are super unhappy to beg, very humiliated to put their head down in front of the gaje and ask money to try to survive, to make a living and send money back to Romania. So I think that when we talk about these kind of issues, it's very important and relevant to highlight the structure, historical poverty, because in my opinion, begging has nothing to do with culture. So thank you so much.
And I will take one more question before you answer.
Thank you very much, Kako. Anko te vez baktalo, saste vesto tai zoralo, tai te živesi ekšel baš. I'm not going to put all these questions are very provocative and very important to discuss. I will speak about Gajikani education. You said to go to school. We went to school, all of us, and we fought not to become, or we became and then re-became Roma, became Gaji and then re-became Roma. Because actually you go to school, it's very good to be educated and to learn and to be capable to equally talk with a Gaje about us. But are we learning anything in school about Roma? Are we learning anything right? Or we are learning nothing? Or we are learning stereotypes and prejudice? So I agree with the fact to go to school, but let's challenge the school. Is the school open to us? Is the school teaching on us? So this is a big question, to go to whose school, to which school, to what kind of school. So school should change also to include us, our history, our culture, if we want it to be useful for us. If not, our ancestors, our people, our pure, they are right. We go to school to become Gaje, and we go back to the community to become Roma. In this kind of school that is assimilationist and is racist school and is talking everything wrong about us. This is what I wanted to say.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
You have a few minutes to answer if you want to say,
Okay.
like 2 minutes.
Well, it's, you know, we have this slogan, Canci pa mende biamengo, nothing about us without us. Yeah. And we have to, but in order for that to be the case, we have to know what we're talking about. We have to be confident. And one of our big problems, and this would take up a whole other day, is that we do have a problem, and that is we find it extremely difficult to collaborate with each other. I say one thing, you will contradict me. Yours is better. We do this. I was sitting with some people last night. One spoke Calderaș, one spoke Lovari, and we were talking about the words in the dialects for to speak. And one says, "Me vorbi." The other says, "Me dau duma." If it's vorbi, it's Romanian. If it's dau duma, it's Russian. And I say, "Me vracărau," which is neither Lovari or Calderaș, but it is a Romani word, not Russian, not Romanian. The point being, each of these people, and I will call them Madam X and Mr. Y. In fact, it was Aggie and Fred. And they were saying, well, mine's the best. But each of them, mine's the best. We've got to get over that. One more little quick thing I should have said. In American Calderaș, the word robo, which is slave, doesn't mean slave. It means somebody not willing to work. The word robia, which actually is slavery, doesn't mean slavery. It's the American Calderaș word for prison. So there's this denial. I remember telling one of the elders about the history in slavery, and he broke down and cried. He refused to believe it. So there's this internal rejection of this horrible time in the history. Okay?
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for your questions. Thank you.
I'll just say we have a 15-minute break, 10-minute break. So there is coffee and something to eat on the back. And please be back at 10:30.
Oh, we get a break.
Excuse me, can I ask all of you to come back to your seats because we will start shortly with a new panel. Ja, ikke sant? Ja, de jo ikke her, liksom. Det jo helt sjukt. Jeg skal bare introdusere dem kort. Maria Liliana. So we will start our next panel. Please find your seats. Absolute. If you can sit there, in these chairs, and then one by one come up and present. Yeah, you can have your laptop here. You can sit there, and you can have your laptop here, and the presentation will be on the screen.
Okay, so who will change the slide?
Sorry?
Who will change the slide?
You do.
I use the one. This. The one from the right.
Yeah, I help you if it doesn't work.
Yes, thank you. You're amazing.
I hope you all found some coffee. Because we now need to be bright awake. We have 3 excellent scholars with us who will present their own research. And I will, the panel is called The History of Roma Slavery and Forms of Resistance. And with us we have Petre Petskut, Maria Dumitru, and Liliane Ene. And we will start with Petre Petskut. Petre holds a PhD in history from the University of Bucharest. He currently teaches Romani civilization at the University of Bucharest and at the National Institute for Oriental Languages and Civilization in Paris. His research focuses primarily on the history of Roma slavery in the Romanian principalities, with particular attention to the 19th century. His doctoral thesis examines slavery and the circulation of former slaves in Romania and France in the second half of the 19th century. And I am, Petre, very happy that you are here with us. So please come up.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Unfortunately, my English is not enough good to speak in English, so I will speak in Romanian, and I have also the paper in English. After this, you can ask, and I will give it to you.
When you want to change the slide, you press here, or you can ask me to.
Okay. Revoluția de la 1848 din țara românească ocupă un loc privilegiat în istoria modernizării românești, fiind evocată drept momentul în care elita politică a încercat să configureze un proiect de regenerare națională, juridică și socială. Între obiectivele sale, dezrobirea romilor, formulat în punctul 14 al proclamației de la Islaz, apare ca o componentă indispensabilă a desprinderii de vechiul regim și afirmării identității politice moderne. Totuși, pentru zecile de mii de oameni asupra cărora această măsură trebuia să se aplice, emanciparea din vara anului 1848 nu a fost nici liniară, nici deplină, nici ireversibilă. Libertatea a existat adesea doar ca proiect juridic și retoric, fiind suspendată, distorsionată sau anulată prin mecanisme administrative, sociale și politice. Interpretarea de față propune o analiză a emancipării ca experiență istorică a dependenței, nu doar ca text normativ, și structurând cercetarea în 7 direcții complementare. Prin această structură, studiul urmărește să reconstituie dinamica socială, politică și internațională a momentului 1848, evidențiind faptul că emanciparea nu a fost un act univoc, ci un câmp de conflicte. Libertatea a fost proclamată, contestată, suspendată și reinterpretată, producând o ruptură incompletă cu vechiul regim. Libertatea a fost simultan acordată și retrasă, fapt ce justifică noțiunea de libertate furată. Primul element este birocrația ca instrument de menținere a dependenței. În vara anului 48, mecanismul birocratic instituit pentru emanciparea romilor a funcționat mai curând ca o prelungire a vechiului regim decât ca un instrument al libertății. Biletul de slobozenie, menit să confirme statutul juridic al eliberaților, a devenit pivotul procesului, transformând libertatea într-un drept condiționat de validare administrativă a fostului stăpân. Această dependență procedurală reproduce în fond structura vechii relații de supunere. Libertatea nu era efectivă decât după confirmarea proprietarului și după înscrierea în listele de despăgubire. Abolirea poate fi astfel golită de conținut prin transformarea libertății într-o formalitate administrativă întârziată, negociată și controlată de exact acei actori interesați să o împiedice. Al doilea element este violența inversă, violența care este adresată care este desfășurată de proprietari asupra foștilor sclavi. Ne-am fi așteptat ca în cazul unei revoluții violența să vină mai curând din partea poporului către stăpâni. Aici este inversul acesteia. Proclamarea libertății de la 1848 a fost urmată în numeroase sate și orașe din țara românească de acte de violență comise de foștii proprietari împotriva romilor eliberați, expulzări, jafuri, bătăi, confiscări de bunuri și chiar tentative de încarcerare. De fapt, această violență inversă reprezintă reacția reflexă a ordinii vechi în fața prăbușirii ei. În țara românească, mecanismul acesta este următorul. Fostul stăpân, privat de autoritatea juridică asupra sclavului, reintroduce prin forță exact formele de dominație pe care legea încerca să le desfințeze. Libertatea devine astfel vulnerabilă, iar emancipatul se regăsește într-un spațiu fără protecție în care legea proclamă un drept, dar nu-l garantează. Al treilea element este controlul mobilității. Controlul strict al circulației după iunie 48 reprezintă una dintre cele mai eficiente modalități prin care libertatea a fost limitată în practică. Circularea administrației de Vâlcea, care cerea ca toți țiganii să stea nestrămutați pe la locuințele lor, reiterează practic vechiul mecanism al supravegherii robilor fugari. În 1848, controlul mobilității romilor nu este o strategie comună prin care libertatea este permisă doar atât timp cât nu modifică echilibrul economic și social al ordinii vechi. Al patrulea element este acela al agitatorilor prezenți în rândul eliberaților și demonizarea lor, demonizarea acestor agenți ai libertății. După primele săptămâni de aplicare a emancipării, administrația locală începe să construiască discursiv figura agitatorului de țigani. Termeni precum tulburător de căpetenie, cap al țiganilor, vagabond, apar în mod recurent în rapoartele poliției și în declarații autorităților din Oltenia și Argeș. Acești termeni nu descriu delicvenți, ci persoane care au încercat să medieze, să interpreteze sau să susțină drepturile anunțate de guvernul provizoriu. Demonizarea acestora este expresia unei frici de a pierde controlul asupra populației eliberate. Și avem 3 exemple, 3 nume: Ioan Gheorghescu, Costache Orlățeanu, Toma Conțescu, care nu reprezentau un pericol real, ci simbolurile incipiente ale unei libertăți care începe să se exprime în afara controlului stăpânilor. Aceștia vor fi încarcerați și vor fi judecați după terminarea Revoluției. Demonizarea lor nu este altceva decât încercarea autorităților de a reduce emanciparea la o simplă formalitate, lipsită de consecințe sociale. Al 5-lea element este sabotajul administrativ. Sabotajul administrativ al Revoluției nu poate fi interpretat ca o simplă disfuncție tehnică. Reprezintă un mecanism politic coerent prin care administrația locală a încercat să anuleze efectele juridice ale decretului revoluționar, prin întârzierea ordinelor, distorsionarea instrucțiunilor, reținerea informațiilor, neînregistrarea sclavilor. Este o opoziție instituțională. Polițistul Crăciun Stoian de la Pitești, spre exemplu, a ținut secret eliberarea timp de 3 săptămâni. Nu acționează din neglijență, ci își asumă rolul unui reprezentant al vechii ordini, care refuză să implementeze o lege percepută ca o amenințare la adresa stabilității locale. După restaurarea regimului vechi, Stoian este repede exonerat, ceea ce confirmă că sabotajul nu era o abatere, ci o atitudine apreciată de puterea revenită. De fapt, acest sabotaj administrativ funcționează ca un stat paralel al vechiului regim. Deși guvernul provizoriu proclamase libertatea, administratorii locali, foști slujbași ai domniei și ai marilor familii boierești, continuau să interpreteze realitatea socială prin grila autorității anterioare. Această inerție a structurilor administrative arată că emanciparea nu a eșuat din cauza unei revoluții prea scurte, ci pentru că libertatea nu a găsit instituții dispuse să o apere. Al 6-lea element este intervenția otomană și restaurarea sclaviei. Această intervenție nu pune capăt doar guvernului provizoriu, ci și perioadei de libertate efectivă a ultimei categorii de sclavi. Decretul din 28 septembrie anulează validitatea biletelor de slobozenie și restabilește statutul juridic anterior, eliberații fiind obligați să revină în curțile foștilor stăpâni, cu excepția celor pe care proprietarii eliberaseră benevol, fără despăgubire. În Principate, efectul acestei restaurări a fost devastator pentru romii care gustaseră vreme de câteva luni fumul libertății, cum spune o boieroaică. Revenirea în sclavie a însemnat o fractură psihologică profundă. Mulți refuzau să accepte reinstituirea dependenței, iar unii au îndrăznit chiar să adreseze petiție emisarului otoman. Amenințau că dau foc Bucureștiului dacă nu sunt eliberați. Intervenția otomană dezvăluie limitele emancipării de la 48. Libertatea nu a eșuat doar pentru că Revoluția a fost înfrântă, ci pentru că nu a existat un actor politic dispus să o garanteze. Foștii stăpâni, administrația locală și puterea otomană au mers toți spre aceeași soluție, restaurarea dependenței. Acest moment din 28 februarie nu este doar o simplă anulare administrativă, ci și o confirmare oficială a faptului că libertatea poate fi retrasă la fel de repede cum a fost acordată. Ultimul punct este legat de memoria acestei eliberări de la 1848. Pentru că memoria intră într-o fază de reconstrucție ideologică. În discursul public, romii dispar treptat ca actori ai propriei emancipări, iar eliberarea lor este reinterpretată ca un gest exclusiv al elitelor pașoptiste. În 1892, ziarul Adevărului îi numea pe revoluționari titanii de la 1848, atribuindu-le integral meritul abolirii sclaviei. Această narațiune, deși celebră, exclude deliberat participarea romilor la propria libertate. Dezrobirea trece în istoriografie drept un act al umaniștilor români, iar rezistențele, revoltele, petițiile, mobilizările romilor sunt practic șterse din registrul memoriei colective. Rezultatul este o dublă pierdere. Libertatea a fost furată în 1848 prin anularea ei și apoi, încă o dată, simbolic, prin eliminarea emancipatei comunități rome din povestea națională. În cheie istorică, libertatea furată nu desemnează doar anularea juridică a emancipării, ci și confiscarea sensului acesteia. Libertatea nu a putut deveni o realitate socială pentru că a fost lipsită de protecție instituțională, respinsă de structurile locale și negată de puterea imperială. Iar mai târziu, în construcția memoriei naționale, ea a fost rescrisă în termenii unei povești fără romi, în care emanciparea este un gest unilateral, nu o luptă comună. În concluzie, emanciparea romilor în vara anului 48 dezvăluie cu o claritate rară tensiunile profunde ale unei societăți aflate în tranziție. Analiza etapelor acestui proces, de la birocrația întârziată, violența inversă și controlul mobilității, la demonizarea agenților libertății, sabotajul administrativ, restaurarea temporară a sclaviei și rescrierea memoriei, arată că emanciparea nu a fost un eveniment izolat, ci un câmp complex de confruntare între proiectul modernizator al revoluționarilor și rezistența activă a structurilor vechiului regim. În plan juridic, libertatea a fost proclamată, în plan social ea a rămas fragmentară, în plan politic ea a fost vulnerabilă, în plan simbolic ea a fost resemnificată până aproape de dispariție. Din această tensiune rezultă caracterul paradoxal al momentului 48. Emanciparea a fost simultan un pas decisiv și un proces întrerupt, o aspirație articulată și o realitate revocată. Această discontinuitate explică de ce libertatea romilor a căpătat forma unui miraj, vizibilă, afirmată, aproape atinsă, dar structural imposibil de consolidat în absența protecției instituționale și a unui context politic real. Libertatea furată din 48 nu este doar libertatea retrasă prin decretul otoman, ci și libertatea restrânsă prin birocrație, erodată prin violență, împiedicată prin controlul mobilității, distorsionată prin discurs și în cele din urmă ștearsă din memoria colectivă. Pentru romii eliberați în acea scurtă vară, efectul a fost dublu: pierderea libertății juridice și pierderea vizibilității istorice. Mirajul libertății din 48 ne obligă să înțelegem că emanciparea nu este garantată doar prin lege, ci consolidată prin instituții, cultură juridică și voință colectivă. Lecția fundamentală a acelui an rămâne valabilă. Libertatea poate fi declarată într-o zi, dar poate fi pierdută într-o clipă, dacă nu este apărată, protejată și asumată de întreaga societate. Mulțumesc!
Thank you so much, Petra. We will move directly to the next presentation, and then we will have time for questions and answers at the end. Our next presenter is Maria Dumitru. Maria Dumitru is a researcher and social scientist with a focus on critical issues such as anti-Roma racism, Roma feminism, homelessness, and the historical context of enslavement. She has earned a master's degree in gender studies from the Central European University and is currently pursuing a PhD here at MF. Her thesis investigates the gendered experiences of Romani women during periods of enslavement in Moldavia and Wallachia. Please, Maria.
This is the next one? Yeah. Do you prefer it? Yeah, I think it's okay. So can you hear me well? Yeah, great. So thank you very much. Hope you still have some energy left. The day will be long, so have coffee, have teas, and hope to have you here. So as Solver said, that I'm researching the gender experiences of Romani women during enslavement in Moldavia and Wallachia. And today I will talk a little bit about part from my PhD, which is the sexual violence. So today's presentations is the Shadows of Silence, the sexual exploitation of Romani women during enslavement, the Romanian principalities of Moldavia and Wallachia. So I will talk a little bit about the topic of slavery, and I will also get you some insights how the enslavement was genderized, and also get to the sexual exploitation and the forms of this violence, and as well as how women are portrayed and appeared in an academic text on slavery. And we will later conclude. So how actually enslavement appears in the Romanian academia and the history text? So usually it's explained as an easier form of enslavement, and I learned this from our great historic Romani Petre Petcuț. It's also a marginal topic in the academic and historical realm. We have a very serious lack of recognition of the past injustice and the harm done, and also we have our narratives written from a Gaja and Gaja perspective. And within all the history of the enslavement, we lack to know about the experiences of the Romani women, because as in other contexts, the Roma enslavement was very much gendered, and we have to learn about the suffering suffered by the Roma women. So usually within the legal institution of slavery, Roma women were treated and seen as property and treated as subhumans, and often compared to animals or even representing a lower category than animals. Within the institution of slavery, an enslaved Roma were absolute property of the enslavers, and they had no legal personhood. They could not be presented in a tribunal. The enslavement was inherited. If a Roma woman was slave, her daughter was also slave. An enslaved person could be sold, could be auctioned, or left as inherited or dowry. Enslaved Roma were divided into different categories of work and craft. And the Roma represented extremely cheap labor, being exploited both in physical manual labor and for a payment of a tax, which was called, one of them, a gypsy tax. And the labor was gender. Men were used more for crafts, agriculture, working with metals, gold, and other materials, and women were exploited more in terms of household duties and work, laundry, striptease, reproductive labor and care, and agriculture. Marriages between enslaved Roma were valid only with the permission of their enslavers, and separations of Roma women from their husband and children were frequent in the interest of their owners. Separation of infants were equally happening from their mothers and infants. Yeah, I think I said that, but anyway. Mixed marriages between free people and enslaved Roma were also strictly forbidden. So an enslaved person could not marry a free person. And in the case of marriages, the free person would become a slave, if that would agree, and their children as well. And the punishments within this institution of violence was also genderized and were used to ensure control and domination. From the, both labor and violent treatment, as I said, was gender, and we see that while Romani men were physically exploited with different torture forms like feet trampling, brutal beatings, whipping, and torture with iron horns, they also faced sexual exploitation from the noble ladies, their enslavers, often being subject to being castrated to avoid being perceived as a threat to the noble women whom they were working near. And this phenomenon was that common that a group of enslaved Roma people was named as scopiți, which means castrated. In change, women faced whippings, beatings, painful blows with the violent strings that could leave marks for a month, and of course, sexual and reproductive violence. So sexual violence could be happening to both young married, older, enslaved Roma women, and they were all subject to being raped. And this rape could start from early as 10 years old, as Oișteanu writes. There are different forms of sexual violence, and was absolutely systematic. Although was not legalized, the system did allow the raping of Romani women under slavery, and there are different forms of ensuring that sexual violence will not be punished against them. And among these forms of sexual abuse, we find the myth of feet rubbing, frecatul picioarelor, which is understood as an euphemism for non-consensual sexual acts imposed by masters on enslaved Roma women. So feet rubbing does not refer to massage or the massage of the feet, but rather was known and understood as sexual request of the enslavers toward the Romani women. And it's very interesting how the sexual violence is not mentioned in the text about enslavement, but we do find that frecatul picioarelor, it is written and appears in almost every text about enslavement. We continue with the ius prima and noctis, which refers, which means a feudal right of a lord to engage in sexual relations with the tenant's bride on the very night of the wedding. So means that at the court of the enslavers, when weddings took place between enslaved people, most of the time held it at the master's decision, the enslaved Roma women was forced to be raped by their enslaver. This before their husband would consume the marriage. And Juvara in 1989 points out that this practice, ius prima et noctis, was alarmingly widespread and became so ingrained in the institution of enslavement that for 5 centuries, raping of Romani women evolved in a very disturbing, normalized, and traumatizing practice. Another form that the Romani women were used to be exploited during the enslavement was to be used as public prostitutes. So enslaved Roma women were used to be to initiate sexually young noblemen and men at the court of their enslavers. And usually women were carefully prepared by other women slaves and raised for that. So was a proper preparation for these kind of practices. And then we continue with another form of sexual violence, and that is the sexual tourism or sexual hospitality, as Oișteanu writes about it. And we see that and what that actually means that Roma girls and women, especially virgins, were made available to newcomers or to guests, whether they were foreigners or Moldavian or Wallachian boyars returning from their travels abroad. So some Roma women, including young girls, were deliberately choose to serve as sexual gifts or part of hospitality. And this sexual hospitality was generational, because some boyars used to request, for instance, the same girl or the same woman, and even from those kind of interactions, kids were born, and those children were also slaves. So these things are not necessarily found very easily, so it required a lot of interpretation in both literature and academic texts, because the sexual violence on women, it's very much hidden, minimized, and insignificant for most authors who wrote about this. Yeah, and we also land on the țiitoare, which refers to the sexual slavery. And this is a finding that I also learned from the great work that Petcuț wrote. And I have found it a little bit more references and will explain you a little bit that this, so how to say, if every Roma woman enslaved were subject to sexual violence, the țiitoare were created specially to offer sexual services and companionship to their enslavers. So the Romanian dictionary, the current Romanian dictionary, explained that țiitoare, it's a synonymous with that of a mistress or a concubine or a woman economically dependent of a man. But during the enslavement, this term specifically referred to this category of enslaved women whose primary gender function was to provide coerced sexual services, as I mentioned. And the existence of țiitoare was so widespread that we see the Kalimach Code, which was a legal code document, indicated that enslaved Romani women could attain freedom from enslavement if they were held as țiitoare. So that refers if an enslaver had a țiitoare, a sexual slave, for a long time, and the enslaver died, the enslaver could leave I don't want to say opportunity, but could leave the option for release the țiitoare from slavery. And I will let you to read this, and I will ask you, what do you think? Where do you think I found these descriptions? Yeah. So yeah, where do you think I found these descriptions? Some dictionary. Dictionary, okay. Literature, yeah, thank you. Yeah, great. Yeah, that is very, very useful, because actually I found these words in the academic text about enslavement. So it's very interesting that from both 19th and 20th century, we do find how Romani women are described and referred as prostitutes, as beggar queens, as shameless beggars, as promiscuous, immoral, perverse, ugly creatures, perfect creatures, weak witches, and everything connected with devoid of morals and religious, and the list can go on. So it's very interesting that the violence against Romani women during enslavement, and also in the text, it exceeds the practical things. It also went to the epistemic injustices and violence, and we see how the Romani women have been created as this object to be sexual abuse and persecuted. Yeah. And we have this excerpt from Mihail Cogălnicianu, who was a famous enslavement abolitionist and former enslaver. It's very important to mention that. And he had an esteemed reputation because he was one of the very strong leaders in the abolition process of enslavement. And he characterized Roma women as follows. Roma women lack a sense of chastity and may offer themselves to individuals for financial gain, even though they are not prostituting. And we continue with this characterizing from George Potra, who describes Romani women as follows. So gypsy women have no shame and are totally devoid of morals. Women have the most depraved character. The gypsy woman in her prime of her life is driven by a perverse lust, and like young girls trained and encouraged by their mothers, indulges in the great shamelessness. So you can continue by yourself. So it's very interesting that if we go back to Cogălnicianu, he wrote this aspect about Roma women in 1837, and then George Potra almost, 100 years later, he developed it even more, but the root is there. So despite of the fact that the slavery was abolished, long after the violence against Romani women, the over-sexualization was continued. Yeah. So what actually done all these writings and portrayals? So it was a creation of a hypersexual object, right? That feeds the social beliefs about Romani women, the way we refer to Romani women. It also legitimized social and moral behavior toward Roma. It was just easier, right, to rape someone who was promiscuous, who was devoid of moral, who was not religious. So it was a way to legitimize violence. And also it perpetuated power dynamics and, of course, a stigmatized treatment and a set of stereotypes. Because how many of you would describe Roma today? What comes to your mind when you think about Romani women today? And that is a question that you can have it with you during this conference. And it also was a way of silencing and minimalizing the sufferings of Roma women. And also it led to a lack of studies to measure the impact and the harms done during this slavery. And I will conclude now in saying that in both academic works and literature, of course, Roma women are portrayed as either promiscuous or extraordinary. So we either see this perverse creature and perfect human being, over-sexualization, repulsion, fetishizing, but always in a contradictory manner. And in my work, I am claiming that enslavement was the zero period for Roma women exploitation, and also I am trying to argue that this lack of research focusing on sexual exploitation, it obscures the Romani women experiences and their gender sufferings during enslavement, and of course, especially that research in general about slavery lacks a racial and a feminist perspective. And my last thing will be to say that overall, the Roma slavery, it's a very under-researched topic with all its nuances, but it's very worth and meaningful to look at each group within the community to really accurately articulate the harms done by this institution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. We will move to our third panelist, Dr. Liliane Ene. Liliane is a researcher in social anthropology and human communities at the National Institute for Research and Development, Danube Delta in Tulcea, Romania. She earned her PhD in political science at National University of Political Studies and Public Administration with the dissertation Biopolitics and Eugenics, Roma in Interwar Romania. Her research focuses on social anthropology, ethnic minority, and human rights. Welcome, Liliane.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. Yes, I think I'll manage it. Hello, everyone. I'm Liliane Ene, and today I will try to present you a slice of my PhD from a different point of view, not as a historian, as my colleagues spoke earlier, Dr. Petre Petcuț and future Dr. Maria Dumitru. I will invite you to a small journey. So, my journey speaks about the translation, the transaction from slavery to interwar period concerning Roma minority in Romania. So what happens with Roma after they become free, after they know freedom? And why do we need to speak about such of parts of history? It's because history sometimes forgets to speak about this type of episodes that are not that nice, that are challenging. That's why we have the role to confront them. And why is that? Because that involves responsibility from all of us, even if we do it from different roles, as a researcher, as a historian, as an activist, etc. Okay. Oops. My research had multidisciplinary methodology because that involves conducting research in different archives, in different libraries, consulting different specialized literature. And I focused on two concepts, biopolitic and eugenics. So what is biopolitic? The first idea of biopolitic was expressed, as it should be, by a woman, of course. This was Hannah Arendt, and she expressed this idea of biopolitic associated with totalitarian regime like Nazism or fascism. So she constructed this idea in connection with the power idea or the state control of human life. Later, another philosopher come, like Michel Foucault, and gives the word, the concept, biopolitic. He's the one who introduced this concept of biopolitic, referring how power of governance extend to control and regulate the population as living and common organism. In other words, the power to control the quality and proliferation of population's life through various security and methods and mechanisms. So biopolitics explore the intersection between biology and politics. Biopolitic is the one who raises ethical questions about the exercise of power over human life, while eugenics, like we will see further, exemplifies moral questionable application of this principle. So they are both connected concepts. What is eugenic? Well, this thing with eugenic starts from Sir Francis Galton, which was cousin with Darwin. And he thought to bring a solution to the social life of England people to create a better life. And for that, he thought that something needs to be bring up, something needs to appear. So he created this theory, and he called it eugenic, which is a science that deals with factors that can alter for better or worse the race, mental or physical quality of future generation. So for him, eugenic is an ideology and practice emerged worldwide in the late 19th century, as we will see, and experienced a peak of the first half of the 20th century. Of course, at the beginning, eugenic had a positive or a noble purpose. You know, everything starts with good thoughts. Everything seems nice at the beginning, positive for others and negative for others, but depends on which part of the barricade you are, right? Because if you are with good social position, good families, like the England family were, of course you embrace the positive, eugenic. You said, this is great, we will have a better life. But if you're not making part of these categories, then you are in the negative part. And you become a target of this ideology. As I said, it bears different definition, like an ideology, a worship, a form of biological knowledge, a theory of racial improvement, or an intellectual current. The idea of eugenic was not singular. This ideology had spread the world. It had started in England and had spread the world. How exactly? to international congress, to international meetings, to press releases, to conferences, to radio spread it. As you can see, the red spot from the map, represents countries with a very strong eugenic movement. Country that had sterilization law, for example. Unfortunately, we had strong movement here in Nordic countries like Norway, for example. You had, if I'm not wrong, you had a law sterilization adopted in 1934, which was pretty long until 1977, if I'm not wrong. So this is the second longest law after Japan, if I'm not wrong. Of course, the idea also came, this is a short history concerning the ideas of eugenics, not that interesting. You could make a picture of it. Of course, the idea came in Romanian space, but before that, concerning the congresses that I was telling you, that helping to spread the idea, after the end, like we're doing now, they were receiving a certificate, a diploma. And there was a logo of this diploma. And this was the eugenic tree. Why is it relevant to have a look at this eugenic tree? Please take a good care of the roots of this tree. So you can see all the disciplines that eugenic had involved. And why is that important? Because nowadays, it's very hard for us to identify what is eugenic or not, because eugenic doesn't end, at least not yet. As I said, the eugenic movement also came in Romania, and you can see in the image the most relevant eugenic intellectuals that had involvement. The eugenic movement, of course, it was an intellectual movement. Yes, it had started in intellectual environments, in colleges, in faculties, in universities. But that was not an issue of spreading the ideas. On the contrary, they knew how to spread the idea. They were dangerous, not because they were many. They were dangerous because they were smart. They knew how to deliver their ideas, their thoughts. First one is Iuliu Moldovan. He's the one who creates a center in what we call in Romania Ardeal. It's a part of Romania. And he put the basis there of publications. He created among him a pole, a center concerning with students at medicine, of sociology, biology, anthropology. And he wrote publications and books, especially biopolitics, books that are describing and offers to the states steps how to create a biopolitical state. Another one very relevant is Sabin Mănuilă. And he also wrote different publications. But one of the things that sparked my idea was the fact that he published in România Nouă a publication where he says that the gypsy problem is the most important, acute, serious racial problem of Romania. The gypsy mixture in Romanian blood is the most dysgenic influence that affects our race. In the lowest rate of population, one of the outskirts of villages and cities, ethnic differences disappear and promiscuity flourish. The type of inhabitants of the periphery is the most prolific. The result is disastrous. A new type of bastards emerge, Romanians, gypsies, who abandon their life on the periphery, advancing towards to the center of the town and villages, where little by little they penetrate our highest rate. There is no field of activity in which the gypsy racial element has not penetrated. Even in research, they had penetrated, like me. So, going further, Iordache Făcăoară was another relevant eugenicist. Why I really like this guy. Why do I like him? Because he's an anthropologist like I am. So I pretty understand his brain, because he was extremely focused on conducting anthropometrical measurement to prove that Roma are inferior to the Romanians. So he took this idea of researching physical characteristic, physical differences, and give them scientific value, which is extremely wrong. Why is it important to underline the fact that we are different? Thank goodness we are different, because otherwise we will get bored to be the same. Take as an exercise, what will mean if all the women in this room will be the same annoying like I am? That will be a disaster, isn't it? So he took the stereotypes like laziness, criminality, all that my colleagues had underlined, right, concerning Roma, and tried to bring them scientific value by conducting different researches, blood tests, anthropometrical research, physical research. And he created an anthropological profile of Roma concerning the fact that they are, and he shaped it, and he succeeded to create, through his publication, like we could see. Oh, sorry. This is it. And he create this anthropological profile full of racist words, full of racist theory. But what is interesting, it's another eugenics ideology, is conducted by Gheorghe Banu, who was a former Minister of Health in Goga Ministry. And he founded a journal, which was one of the specialized journal, where he wrote a thing concerning the argument grounded in slavery. So what is he saying? He's saying that Roma people should not be involved or integrated or included as citizens because they were slaves. So it's useless to spend money on them, to integrate them, because they are under human category. So he takes this category of slavery, which was a juridical thing, and transform it into a biological category to prove or to sustain that it's useless to spend our efforts on Romani people, which was a group with high target on eugenics. Among other categories, of course, like people with physical disabilities, with intellectual disabilities, with psychiatric disabilities, sexual minorities, and of course there were no discrimination concerning poor people. All poor people were targeted by, if you're poor, you have a problem for eugenics. Okay, I'm gonna skip that. So why I was saying that Roma was a very high interest targeted group for eugenics, because through their publication that they were conducting, they were succeeded to publish, like Buletinul Eugenic și Biopolitic, Eugenic and Biopolitical Bulletin. There were high interest in publicate articles concerning Roma people. This, for example, this journal was conducted between 1927 and 1947, so it's almost 20 years. As you can see, the articles published by year were the gypsy were a very high interest topic. Of course, there were other topics for them, like sterilization, race, biopolitic, and eugenic. In this figure, you could see the interesting among them concerning sterilization. Fortunately, in Romania, the sterilization law was not approved. The project was ready, was prepared, but he did not have time to be, published in the official monitor. So officially, we didn't have a sterilization law. Officially, non-officially, I'm positive we did have sterilization. Another journal was the Journal of Social Hygiene, conducted by Gheorghe Banu, as I underlined it earlier. And of course, you could see the same. There is high interest concerning gypsy and sterilization. So this inter-public discourse that they had used was deeply, as I said, loaded with racial, eugenic, and biopolitical terms, which popularized theories concerning the physical, psychological, biological differences between human races, and especially racial hierarchy, superior and inferior, eugenic, dysgenic, discourse that had discouraged racial mixing by removing elements considered harmful and dysgenic. How they were removed? By sterilization and by being deported. Of course, this had an impact. I'm just going to mention them. Had an impact on demographic and public health policies, an impact on education and socialized policies, anti-Roma legislation and segregation measure, impact on Roma community during World War II, and of course, the most important one, deportation. From my research can be risen two main questions. How did the institution of Roma slavery shape the Romanian eugenic logic by providing a long-standing form of body hierarchy, like I said, produce and normalize a system in which human value was ranked according to perceived moral and behavioral roots? By establishing the idea that Roma presented an inherited social burden, by transforming historical oppression into biological explanation, like the consequences of enslavement, poverty, mobility, exclusion were misinterpreted with an innate characteristic. Eugenic reframes social outcomes as heredity, traits, political history into biological destiny. And another thing that could arise from my research is what conceptual elements persistent from the pre-emancipation area to the interwar period. And of course, this is the challenging. It's to find this perception in nowadays. So I think the most important one is the fact that the conversion of social difference into biological differences is continuing shaping the mentality of our days. Like in the slavery, the difference was social and legal, right? In eugenic, the difference became hereditary, degenerated, pathological, like we saw earlier, no? The idea that we had inherited something by DNA, that's dangerous, right? That's very debatable discussion. And it's good it's debatable, because that involves knowledge, that involves discussion, that involves education. And if we have all this, that means we have power. As a conclusion, I think that confronting the entanglement between race, knowledge, and memory allows us to see the management of life in modern Romanian state, but not only, was inseparable from the management of historical consciousness itself. Why is it important? Because show how past regime of power continue to shape social hierarchy today and encourage critical reflection and responsibility in contemporary society. As a general remark, I would like to say that what has begun as slavery continues as science. This is the core of biopolitics. In modernity, power never disappears. It refines itself. In the end, I would like to thank you for providing me your attention. And, as I said, this was a small slice of my PhD. PNG that was obtained last year, but with the help of many important people that are in this room. So I would like to express my gratitude, if you allow me, to several people that are here. Thank you, Dr. Margareta Matache. Thank you, Dr. Delia Grigore. Thank you, Dr. Iulius Rostaș. Thank you, Dr. Maria Bucur, Dr. Marius Turda. And thank you for all the people that had allowed me to express my ideas, just like you did today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Liliana. And thanks you, all three of you, for taking us on this journey from emancipation through historical research and to how this continued. We have time for questions and answers. Please take this opportunity to ask these excellent scholars more, so we can hear more from them. I'll be running around with the microphone. Where is the microphone?
Just two quick comments regarding the first presentation. The same thing happened in the United States. We have in Texas something called Juneteenth, which is June the 19th, when after abolition, the slaves were not told by their owners for nearly 3 years that they were already free. The other comment was in Colson's diary, he refers to the nicknames given to the women in the houses, names like dish rag and hur, kurva, dirza, and horrible names, blaming them essentially.
Thank you very much. Congratulations for all of the presentations. I would have a question to Maria. Have you researched archives of Gypsy Law Society, and have you found some materials which could link to those topics? I mean, this kind of, yeah, what you just explained.
Just a comment about George Potra, for the colleagues that don't know. He is considered, that one that portrayed the Roma women in such a way. He's seen as a quite good historian in Romania. He was the PhD student of Nicolae Iorga, that is considered the top of the Romanian historians, top now, today. The name of the Romanian Academy History Institute of Research is Nicolae Iorga. And of course, he was the PhD coordinator of this Potra, George Potra. Of course, they shared the same view. As a irony of the fate, how to say, or as a reality, there are some historians, among them in this institute of Nicolae Iorga, with the name of the Nicolae Iorga, is Viorel Achim. Very well known, is an considered excellent historian on Roma issue. He published the first book in 1991, The Tzigani in the Romanian History. And he is the one recognized now as being the very good historian about Roma, and he's the one that diminishes slavery and diminishes Holocaust and diminishes everything. And he's still among the scholars and among the academics in the world and in Romania. The other ones, Sabin Manuila, he has a statue. He has the name of the school in Romania. Parhon, he has the name, his name is the name of a hospital in Romania. So what are we speaking about? These criminals, these perpetrators, these racists, these eugenic researchers, so-called researchers, they are all in big, huge, very good view in the Romanian and not only Romanian world of science. And they are respected, and we cannot fight. They have statues, names of schools, names of... So what are we discussing about? It's only among us what we are discussing about. Romanian state, I will take back this issue because I was invited to also join the reparation panel. There is no reparation in such an environment. So this I wanted to comment. Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments?
Thank you, Deja, for your question. So in my PhD, as a social scientist, I am not a historian, and that's, I think, is very worth to mentioning. I haven't gone to archive till now, but now I'm very, very curious to learn much more and go to primary sources. My work in my PhD is to reinterpret and use interpretative analysis to see what is written and to redefine certain things and identify aspects that can be now new questions of inquiry in research. So I'm using the work of other great historians like Petcuț near me and drawing a lot on interpretative analysis. But I hope in the future we'll go into archive, especially the time from a place, Slatina near Craiova in Oltenia, which is very much the history is there and the archives are all dusties, but the history is there, and I really hope I will have the chance to research this in archive. Thank you so much. Any colleague want to comment on anything?
I have one more question.
I want to complete to you, Delia, because we from Swedish Radio Romano, we was in Bucharest in Romania, and we meet Viorel Achim, and his research it's correct. It's really mathematically correct. But sorry, I cannot say as a journalist when I go to him, it's correctly now. He wants to talk with me more about the Swedish Vikings that about the Roma slavery. So as a journalist, I can say, no, absolutely, he is not good. We could not take something from him to could put in our program for the Roma slavery. So that is my opinion.
Any other questions, comments?
I just want to underline that in research, there are sides, like in history. Like, for example, in Romania, we have historians that had done a great job and had brought documents, valuable documents for an archives, and like Mr. Viorel Achim, which did a great job writing about different aspects of Romani people history. But a new generation came, and the mission of this new generation of researchers and historians it's a little bit harder than the first one, the first generation. Why is that? Because they need to deconstruct what the older said. Not as a mistake, but maybe they didn't been enough careful. Maybe they didn't been too much attention of it. So they need to deconstruct what they had built, what they had wrote, and I think they are doing it extremely well with documented research, with archival documents. That brings in our attention and our concern aspects extremely relevant. So sometimes it's good to appreciate that the new generation are making more light than the old generation. Thank you.
Yeah, just a very quick comment in response to what Delia Grigore mentioned earlier, that in Romania we still have these people that have historically harmed the Roma communities as our national heroes, national intellectuals, people to aspire to be like, and so on, because we still haven't got in a moment to even publicly and formally and socially recognize the enslavement period. So we are at the very beginning. We are still arguing and fighting and advocating to have accurately described this history in the history textbooks. Because right now, as Professor Grigore speaks, and Luisa Medeleanu tomorrow will also talk more about this, in the history textbooks, the Roma slavery, it's absolutely described in a very racist and stereotypical way, even dehumanizing, and we still grapple to have our history recognized. We barely can talk about the harms, about compensations and reparation, because we are at the starting point. So this is why in my few words in the morning I mentioned we have to do this kind of projects and research and commission, state commission in Romania. We have to start from there, because we need to see this willing and this commitment from the institutional part in order to learn and have this knowledge available both in public, in text, in media and museum, and so on. So this is, yeah, it's quite historic, and as our rector in the morning said, because we haven't had in a place this kind of a massive gathering of Romani people talking about slavery. So yeah, this is.
Just to complete something, this type of projects of research and what we are doing today are extremely necessary to create a public discourse concerning slavery, eugenics, Holocaust, etc. Because having a public discourse, we bring attention to those thematic, to this topic, to this interesting, and that brings to highlight attention that we have some problems. We don't have enough knowledge about these aspects. We don't have enough recognition about our states concerning those issues. So if we succeed to create this public discourse involving all of us, different stakeholders, researchers, NGOs, public administration, etc., we could win politically support by creating a right image concerning different intellectuals that shouldn't be that public, like having institution name. You know, the National Statistic Institute, called by Sabine Manuela, J. Parhon, etc., that you give. So we know a small part of those persons. That's why we need research like we conduct here today to bring the whole slice of it. So I only can congratulate you for doing this type of projects and research, because you bring light and helps all of us to involve and to create pressure of our state. Thank you.
thank you so much for your presentations and the following discussion. And I think this is a perfect conclusion because after lunch, there is soon lunch, we will a keynote speak about reparations and also discussions about reparations. So that's great. I was just informed that the first page of the program was missing from what you, so you must have been very curious what is coming next. But I have the program. And now we will have lunch. And the lunch will be served outside. And we have a 1 hour lunch break so that we have time to not just eat but also continue our discussions. And we need to be back here 12:45 when Mary Bassett will give a keynote speech about reparations. So enjoy your lunch and welcome back in exactly 1 hour. I hope you have all had time to eat and that you have grabbed a coffee. There is still a lot of fruit in the back, so you can take some with you, but on your way to moving back to your seats, because we will start again now. And I will keep talking till you're all... So welcome back. We will start again now. I hope you're all ready for this afternoon, where we will be addressing the topic of reparations. We will have one keynote speak and 2 different panels, and they will be presented one at a time. Yeah, I know. What more is there to say? Please find your seats. Okay, I will start by presenting the moderator for this session, Dr. Maria Bogdan. And when I introduced this conference this morning, I said that we have many different things going on. One thing that was not mentioned is that we have produced a thematic issue in the Critical Romani Studies journal, with no less than 13 different scholars contributing with their research. And the managing editor of this journal is Dr. Maria Bogdan. She is a media and cultural theorist, and I welcome you.
Thank you, Solver. So now that everybody arrived in the room, I just repeat it again. So I'm very happy to announce that most of the presentations will be published in the Critical Romani Studies Journal. It's going to be a thematic issue on slavery, and I think it's the first time ever, right, that it happened. And I'm so proud to say, it's going to be the part of my CV from now on, that I was the managing, or I am the managing editor of that thematic issue. But I cannot say all the jokes now, because tomorrow there will be the official launch, and I'm keeping them. I have stories about you I will share. But so I was also honored, and I'm honored that you know, I was asked to come here and launch the journal tomorrow, but in the meantime, my friends, Solver and Magda, thought that, okay, so it would be a great honor if you would be the moderator for this keynote. And so I'm really honored. And so my role here is amazing. I love it. I don't have to give a presentation, but I just have to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Mary Bassett. And she tried to make sure that we don't read all the biography that she could have. So this is a short version, and I try to be very accurate. Mary T. Bassett, MD, MPH, is the director of the François Xavier Bagnoud Center for Health and Human Rights at Harvard University, and FXB professor of the practice of health and human rights in the Department of Social and Behavioral Sciences at the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. Prior to joining FXB, she served as Deputy Commissioner of Health Promotion and Disease Prevention at the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. So I give you the floor, and thank you for your attention. I'm sure we're going to have a very, very thoughtful and interesting keynote, which will continue our discussion today. Thank you so much.
Well,
Thanks. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I should begin by acknowledging MF for hosting this meeting, Solvar for having shepherded this project over these many years, and I have to give a special acknowledgement to Magda Matake, who has been a fearless voice for Roma rights and Roma health at the FXB Center, pursuing with clarity the importance of this field. I don't mind if she tells all of you that I was extremely skeptical when she first mentioned to me the idea of Roma slavery. So I've learned so much today, but my own work focuses on the United States, where as a public health physician, I have witnessed the ongoing disparity in health for particularly people of African descent in the United States. And it's my hope that you will see the resonances of the American experience, particularly that of the descendants. I am myself a descendant, and as they relate to the Roma. And I'm going to talk about the importance of reparations as a way of addressing the enduring racial health gap. I want you to just share with you how I view reparations. I don't see reparations as an answer for ongoing harm. Ongoing harm should stop. But for historical harm, where there is no way to erase the past, we have to look to reparations as a way of addressing the harm. And enslavement and colonial settlement are key historical harms in our era. They represent stolen labor, which was the experience of the enslaved in the United States and the experience of the Roma enslaved, and stolen land, which has been the experience of the indigenous, driving the contemporary disparities in health that have been so enduring. This is a map of the transatlantic slave trade. It appears in the Atlas of the transatlantic slave trade. And whenever anybody looks at this map, I think one thing really, and I'm not sure whether I have a pointer, one thing really surprises them is how skinny that arrow is to the United States. Under 5% of captured Africans were brought directly to the United States. The vast majority went to Brazil and the Caribbean. They, nonetheless, the use of enslaved labor had a very prominent role, not only in the US South, where it became an important part of plantation economy, but in the North. New York City was a capital of northern slavery, the city that I come from. And these data also show how lethal a journey it was. Of the about 12.5 million people who are thought to have been taken out of Africa between the 16th and 19th century, 1.8 million perished on the journey. So this was lethal. About 400,000 were present when the United States became an independent nation, but 4 million were present at the end of the Civil War. And this is a page from the 1860 census, which was the last census conducted before the Civil War, which ended slavery, and it's where I found the first Mary Travis. My full legal name is Mary Travis Bassett. I don't know if you can read it since it's at the bottom of the page, but there's Mary Travis, Matilda Travis, and Sam Travis, who would become my father's grandfather, far, right, yes. And so this is just to say it was not that long ago. My grandmother, Mary Travis, was named for her grandmother, Mary Travis, and that is how long ago it was. These are my parents, Emmett and Priscilla. Their marriage was illegal in the state of Virginia because my mother is white, and it required the decision of the highest court in the land, the Supreme Court, to rule that interracial marriages could be legally contracted across the American states. And I couldn't help but show you a picture of when they were young and beautiful. And yes, that's me. So in 2019, we marked 250 years of enslavement, 150 years of unequal treatment, in something that became known as the 1619 Project. 1619 is when the first African was brought to the then Jamestown colony of in the United States. And it was published in a newspaper's journal, the New York Times, sort of one of our most prominent newspapers, and was highly controversial. It made the case that the U.S. War of Independence contained within it the goal of protecting the enslavement of human beings. And what happened in the United States, and I've learned a lot this morning, was that after independence, the enslaved population exploded. It went from something of about 400,000 to 4 million on the eve of the Civil War, not suggesting that independence led to a desire to limit slavery. And part of the reason this could happen was because of the rule that an enslaved woman gave birth to an enslaved child, regardless of its parentage. Much is made of the way in which black men abandoned their families. Many, many white men abandoned their children because they were their enslavers. So the use of family separation, the prominence of the auction block, the routine sale of children, really were all part of the deep brutality of U.S. enslavement. You only keep people enslaved for 250 years through endemic violence. Violence was part of everyday life. And when the South lost its enslaved population, this represented a huge loss of capital to them. Mississippi, the heart of plantation slavery, was once the wealthiest state in the United States, and to this day is among the poorest. Only in Washington, D.C., were the enslavers offered any compensation for the loss of their literal human capital, but the emancipated population got its freedom and nothing else. So when you look at U.S. history, this arc really is a way of displaying that the period in the green, which in this image is dated to the decision, 1954 decision to overturn separate but equal, the 1896 Plessy versus Ferguson decision. The green is only a small part of the arc of history from 1619 to the present, and arguably we're currently seeing a reversal of that green. Maybe we should color it some different colors. So throughout history, the idea of reparations has been raised as a remedy for the fact that there were 250 years of unpaid labor. And the fact that General Sherman's field order, which would have given 40 acres to the emancipated population from confiscated Confederate lands, was withdrawn when Lincoln was assassinated, and those lands were returned to the secessionists who had defied the Constitution of the United States. And so these efforts have gone on, but in more recent years, particularly after Ta-Nehisi Coates published a paper 10 years ago now, in which he made the case for reparations. Reparations has returned to the conversation about how to address the enduring inequities of the African-descended population in the United States. These include impacts on health. There's not been a single year since the United States was a colony that the African-descendant population hasn't had sicker, shorter lives. But this extends to educational attainment, discrimination in the workforce, discrimination in housing acquisition. The list goes on and on. And the gap that was introduced by freeing people with no compensation is one that has never been overcome, in my view. Just to go over what the elements of reparations would include. First is acknowledgement, acknowledging that this happened. Many people are unaware of the history of enslavement in the United States. The president tweeted recently that he was sort of tired of hearing about how bad slavery was, the president of the United States, I mean. And we've heard a lot today about the lack of acknowledgement. After acknowledgement comes apology for the harm, and then the acknowledgement and apology should be followed by redress, restitution, a commitment to non-repetition, and then the debt will be paid, and we can talk about closure. We had a president of the United States, Lyndon Baines Johnson, and I'm realizing I'm speaking to a non-English speaking audience, and I have a lot to say, but I may be going too fast. It's okay, all right. Okay, so Lyndon Johnson, a Southerner from Texas, was responsible for signing into law the Voting Rights Act of 1965 after the assassination of John F. Kennedy. This Voting Rights Act, in my view, was the actual accomplishment of democracy in the United States by law, at least. It guaranteed the right to vote, which had been denied in the Jim Crow South to people of African descent. And he gave a speech at Howard University, a historically black university, in front of the students, the faculty, and he talked about the fact that you could not take somebody who has been hobbled by chains, liberate him, and I'm reading from the slide, bring him up to the start of a race, and then say you are free to compete with others and still justly believe that you have been completely fair. This is the President of the United States acknowledging that repair was required and that it was not enough to tell people, go for it. We have seen the damage in terms of the black-white wealth gap, which some scholars have argued convincingly, in my mind, is the best summary measure of the price that's been paid for the failure to address the legacy of enslavement in the United States. And you can see that the black-white wealth gap is substantial and has widened over time. And it corresponds to the black-white health gap. This is from an analysis done and published in the New York Times that showed that over the course of the 20th century until 2015, there would have been 8.8 million more Black Americans alive today if the health of both populations and the longevity of both populations would have been the same. This is a slide that I show often. It was done by a colleague at the School of Public Health at Harvard. And I know that I am limited to half an hour. Oh, but I'm doing okay, I guess. Am I? I have, all right. And what you see here is all people classified as non-white, so that include Asians, Hispanics, and then the population classified as white is the hatched lines. And it was only in the early 1990s. The different colors represent county income quintiles. We don't collect information on socioeconomic status in our routine data collection. So this is using the average income of the county of residence, average household income of the county of residence, to sort of tier people by economic status. And you can see that pink line here is the highest income quintile of people of color, which just crossed in terms of deaths before the age of 65, the white population in the early 1990s. So that was there are lots of other things that could be said about this graph. One of them is the fact that it appears, and some people have argued, that it was the highest income quintile of the non-white or population of color that benefited the most from the civil rights movement in terms of the more rapid fall of premature mortality. These data also, the analysis also showed how damaging the effect had been by racial and gender group. Whereas white women achieved a stable life expectancy of 65, meaning that they never went below that again, in 1938, black men achieved a stable life expectancy of 65 or higher only in 1995. That's more than 2 generations later. And we've recently redone these analyses by using the not all people of color versus people classified as white. We've redone it looking purely at the black versus white population. And nearly all people classified as black in the United States are descended from enslaved individuals. And here you can see, again, that beginning throughout from 1970 up to about 2000, we saw 2 completely separate communities in terms of the experience of death before the age of 65, with much higher rates in the black population than in the white population. But what's very interesting, and maybe we can talk about it, these data haven't been published yet, but the white population's lowest income quintile is beginning to overlap with the population that's classified as black. All to say, and COVID really highlighted this, that the racial wealth gap is also experienced as a racial health gap. And during COVID, we saw huge mortality losses among the Black and Latino and Asian, American Indian, Alaska Native population. Although things have gotten better, and I should have said that about these graphs. I want everybody to see that premature mortality rates have declined. So things are getting better. I don't want to be unremittingly negative here. But the black-white gap, which had decreased to about 4 years, rose again to 6 years after COVID. And the American Indian, Alaska Native acquired a life expectancy of 65 years, which is, in our hemisphere, only equivalent to Haiti, which is really struggling to maintain an identity as a nation at this point. So the relationship between wealth, health, and income is well established. It's been harder to study wealth because we in public health less often collect information on wealth. But the wealth gap is huge in the United States. Actually, since this slide was made, it's been recalculated at $16 trillion would be the price tag using elimination of the wealth gap as the way of measuring the debt to pay to black households. It comes out to something about $800,000 per household to eliminate the black-white wealth gap. And we've done a couple of studies to try and imagine what the mortality impact would be of eliminating the wealth gap, because we have relatively few studies that follow people over time and collect information on both health, including longevity, and wealth. And both of them show that there would be a substantial impact on life expectancy and a reduction in premature mortality if we address the wealth gap between the black and white population. Another way to look at the gap is to look at the life expectancy gap. That requires monetizing lives, which I find kind of offensive, frankly, but If you do it that way, the bill is even higher. It comes to, a recent analysis shows it comes to about $27 trillion. So we'll probably get to this, that people will say that this kind of debt is unpayable, so we shouldn't talk about it. We can get to that. But just to remind you of the impact and duration of the slave trade, I've shown that to you again. And just to say that enslavement involved the whole transatlantic world, which is portrayed in this slide. So that the Caribbean, as arguably has a case to make for reparations. South America, where Brazil ended enslavement a whole generation after the United States, which in the United States is not the last modern slave republic. That would be Brazil, I think. I don't know, somebody was talking about 1939 in Romania, but anyway. And, you know, the slave trade had a real impact on the whole transatlantic world, on the Caribbean, on Africa, which had its economic development distorted by the demand for human beings, by the slave trade. And of course, both areas were colonized by Europe. So there's been a long argument for reparations in the United States, and it also has existed internationally. In the United Nations, it was first discussed at length in a meeting over 20 years ago in Durban, a very contentious meeting. More recently, the Africa Union has declared 2025 to be the year of reparations. So while in the United States at this moment, and maybe we'll talk more about that, the notion of repair is beginning to seem increasingly unlikely as a political project in the United States. But the conversation continues within the Africa Union and within the United Nations, which is now in its second UN decade of people of African descent. And the Caribbean has made reparations a state project, adopted by the CARICOM, which is sort of the equivalent of the EU or the Africa Union for the Caribbean, and they've established a CARICOM-sponsored commission on reparations, which is headquartered in Jamaica. So there are other places that talk about reparations. New Zealand arguably has pursued these most aggressively. There has been an apology to the Maori people for their treatment by colonizers, and there has been some land restitution to the Maori, and I don't know whether these slides will be available to all of you, but if they are, you'll be able to watch a film that was made about how New Zealand pursued reparations. This is what happened to indigenous lands in the United States. Whoops. You saw that. It seems to keep repeating. Should I do it one more time? Yes. By 1930, it was pretty much over. And of course, we've seen the shrinkage of Palestinian lands as Israel has expanded its demands for land. This is just to remind you that stolen labor is not the only issue for which reparations may be pursued. And as somebody who lives in a country which was built by stolen hands on stolen land, it's important that I acknowledge that there's a case to be made among the indigenous, as I would argue there is a case to be made for historic Palestine. But in terms of the analogies with the Roma people, it's mostly around the issue of stolen labor. I think it's very important that we keep in mind that Africans were enslaved and brought to what became the United States, not only because they were viewed as racially inferior. It wasn't some kind of punishment for racial inferiority. That became an ideology that justified enslavement. Enslavement was driven by the need for labor. And that, and the other part of talking about reparations is to acknowledge that it's happened for other historical harms. The one that has been heard the most, and I imagine the Roma discussed the most because the Roma were excluded from these conversations, as I understand it. In any case, reparations were paid to Jewish Holocaust survivors, and not only to survivors, but by the state of, but also directly to the state of Israel. There were people whose suffering during the Holocaust were acknowledged and not paid. These were not small amounts of money. They continue at substantial amounts of money. In the United States, the Japanese and Japanese citizens, people who were of Japanese descent, were interred during World War II because it was felt that their loyalty could not be assured. But there was an eventual apology and reparations in the amount of $20,000 per person. So the United States both managed an apology and reparations, and I forget what $20,000 a person it was in contemporary dollars, but it's not a small amount. This was not conducted by state actors, but people who were affected by the 9/11 attacks on the World Trade Center in New York City also received state compensation. There was state compensation for people who were held hostage in the Iran embassy. So there are examples of reparations. It's not as though it has never been done. And for me, as somebody who's spent a working life looking at the price that's paid by people of African descent, that's basically written on our bodies and as shorter, sicker lives, we've made progress. I went back to those slides to show you that the premature mortality rate continues to fall, and actually until quite recently, the U.S. Is experiencing a decline in the decline. But if we are serious about believing that there's no biological reason that explains these group-based differences in how long a life you have, then we simply have not made enough progress. And that's why I've used my voice to make the case for reparations for African enslavement. And that's me with the then Dean of the School of Public Health at Boston University, who joined me in publishing this paper. Now, reparations have never been very popular in the white population in the United States. Something like 70% of Black Americans think reparations would be a good idea. That's very different from saying, do you think it's likely to happen? That's different. Just 20 years ago, only 4% of the population classified as white said that they could support reparations. And in it's gone down a little bit, as you might imagine, given the current regime, but it's now around 1/4 of whites. But just to say that your trajectory over not that many years has been an increasing amount of support in the white population, not the majority by far, but a healthy minority supports. And this even made it into national conversation when the Democratic Party was holding debates of who should be their nominee for president in 2020. They were asked a question about reparations. What is your position on reparations? It's hard to imagine it now, but several candidates endorsed a reparatory framework. But it's true that the current climate is not supportive. I wanted to, and I'm coming to an end. I still have plenty of time. Oh, well, then we'll have plenty of time for discussion. I just wanted to share these graphs on the US life expectancy. And I've used variously life expectancy and premature mortality. I think I believe that deaths before the age of 65, which is how we are measuring premature mortality in the studies that I've shown you, is probably one of the best summary measures of structural racism that we have. It, of course, is played out in individual diseases, higher rates of death from cancer, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and so on. But all of these feed into people dying when they're too young. And it's dying too young that drives life expectancy estimates. It used to be that it was mostly deaths in infancy. The risk of death in childhood was very high for a long time among human beings. But in wealthy countries, it's now risk of death in midlife that is importantly driving differences in premature mortality rate. So this is a graph of life expectancy. So on the upright axis there, you can see that there are countries, I think it's still Japan, but I'd have to double check that, which have life expectancy rates above 80. But you can see that the United States has had its own trajectory recently, beginning in around 1980, which was the year that Reagan was elected, and the year which many of us date neoliberal policy implementation to 1980. And you can see that the United States, compared to other wealthy countries, that's Japan, Germany, UK, France, Italy, and Canada, is sort of on its own trajectory in terms of life expectancy. It's pulled away from the pack, and not in a good way. So this is just to make the argument that in addressing the life expectancy gap between blacks and whites, we should think of it also as a national problem, that there's a price being paid for the enduring impact and the failure to recognize the impact of enslavement on the US population as a whole. Some of our analyses have shown that if we model elimination of the wealth gap, that it has a benefit to the population classified as white. We are one population. I'm talking about people who are, by and large, all citizens of one country. So there's no such thing as a black America and a white America in that sense. And it stands to reason that the impact of enslavement has an effect on the white population as well as the black. And with that, I have ended my slides. I was worried about going over, but it seems like I may have ended right about on time, or I'm not sure. But thank you for your attention. And I don't know if anybody wants to see any of the other slides, any slides that I whizzed through, but I can also do that.
But I just, so now 1, 2, 3, 3 questions. So, but I want to start start with an anecdote.
Is it on?
No. Maybe she can talk at that mic on the podium.
Now it's on. No?
No. Yeah, they run down, unfortunately.
So thank you for this amazing speech, keynote speech. And so I'm collecting the questions now, but I also want to share another anecdote that when preparing for this session, Mary also shared some thoughts, some reflections to her own presentation today. So maybe if we run out of questions, I will read one up, and maybe you can think about, like we can together think about one of them here. So. Only 4 minutes?
I really did run way over. I don't know why nobody stopped me.
So, but just quickly, who was the first one? You were the first one, Deja. Delia. Okay, Delia.
Sorry about that. I kept looking at it. I'm supposed to end at 1:30, right? Oh, well, maybe you all will give me an extra few minutes.
No, it's fine.
To ask you advice. Because we are... Wait. I don't know. We are, as Roma, with the reparations, I don't know, in the 40s, in the 20s, the last century. That's the reality. And if there is no political will, and in Romania there is no political will to recognize, to acknowledge, we are before the acknowledgement in your... So what to do? We did everything. We tried everything. Manifestations in the street, letters to the Orthodox Church, trying to do many things. Look, production of knowledge now among Roma scholars. What shall we do? Shall we go to kill them in the government?
No.
No, I mean, no, it was just because there is a problem of political will in Romania, very big, huge. And now the extremists are back in power. They have 40% in the parliament.
Right.
The extremists, the ones that supported the Holocaust, the deportation of Roma to Transnistria, and the killing of Roma. And things are going in a... I am very pessimistic. So please give us an advice.
I'll take 2 more comments. And
okay.
Thank you so much, Professor Bassett, for your presentation. Actually, Professor Gregory asked my question, so I'm quite advanced position, but I will ask with different frameworks. So because I think also I very much agree with Professor Gregory that we are not even the stage of acknowledgement in the process of reparation. And you know, there is this debate of if there any kind of apology from the racist institutions would help or support this kind of reparatory processes. I asked also yesterday Professor Hancock about this, and now I would appreciate your view as well, like if this kind of institution, churches, whatever, academic institutions, government would say like, we are sorry that we are racist. Would that change anything?
And we have one more, Mary.
Very quickly, are you aware of the study in the Lancet, I think 1968, on the life expectancy of Romani Americans?
No.
Căldăraș Romanis, which I believe was between 53 and 54 years of age.
Right.
But we put that down to diet.
Down to diet, but the question is, why do people have the diet that they have? I think, so I want to be clear that reparations was never a majority idea in the United States. And acknowledgement has not yet been accomplished in the United States. It's just in the past year that the university where I work has, past couple of years, that they have, actually it's more like 4, but recently acknowledged the legacy of enslavement at Harvard, where Harvard professors brought enslaved individuals to the campus, where presidents of Harvard owned and passed on their enslaved people to the next president. It's just recently that that happened, and a lot of that had to do with what people have referred to as a racial reckoning that occurred during COVID and with a very public execution, murder of George Floyd. So that surge of concern about the predicament of people of African descent and other people of color was at a particular time, it's clearly ended now. As a person who works in public health, I have hoped, and this may be naive, that pointing out that there is a cost to shorter, sicker lives, a social cost, and that health is a good rationale, addressing the unequal experience of health across the population is an important rationale for reparations. At the moment, I am very doubtful that that has much impact. I would think that many people feel that it's, bad behavior, either defiant behavior, ignorant behavior, that is driving these patterns. I am not of that. I do not believe that. I think we always have to keep asking why. And when we keep asking why, we come to history, we come to the structures that replicate these patterns over generations. At my own view, with respect, it is in these structures and not in our genes that we find the origins of inequality. I think the other point is that reparations have been offered for other harms. So it's not without precedent. But I can't tell you that there's any magic bullet. I tried to end with a notion that this failure to come to terms with our histories drags down the whole society. And that in the United States, that's now being read in terms of stagnant life expectancy. This is extremely unusual. All my working life as a doctor, every year the life expectancy went up. Now we're seeing that that has come to an end. And although there's been some recovery from COVID, you saw the US is on its own trajectory. And so part of that, in my view, is a failure to reckon with history. So I think we just all have to be prepared to be in dissent for the coming years and to continue to make a case that simply improving education, housing, well, maybe this will, that these more approaches are good. They should be done, but they probably won't address the chasm that has been introduced by history. To do that, we have to talk about reparations. Thank you. I think.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we finish this session now, and we come back in 10 minutes, I think, or 5, right now? Okay, so we start. It was nice.
Maybe somebody else wants
Yeah, maybe someone else. Give it to me. Good afternoon, everyone. My heart is really full with joy, pride, and gratitude. Joy to see all of you here in this room. Gratitude for all the work that you have put into your presentations and all the work that all of you have done for decades or in the past few years. But also pride in seeing so many Romani people presenting, scholars that I admire and love, but also pride in the work that the FXB Center for Health and Human Rights at Harvard has done. There is not much pride in Harvard, at least on my side, in the past few years, particularly in relation to our morality values and commitment to justice. But I think that the FXB Center has been really a place where I felt not only sure about what I believe, but also felt that
it was a space for us to talk about issues that are prohibited, including the genocide of Palestinian brothers and sisters. With that being said, I will be moderating this panel. My name is Magda Matake, and I'm a lecturer on social and behavioral sciences in the same department with Dr. Bassett, the Department of Social and Behavioral Sciences, and I also lead the Roma program at the FXB Center for Health and Human Rights. This panel discussion is titled Reparations Across Geographies, the case of Romani and traveler people. And I would kindly invite our guests from Norway, the panelists. I'm talking about Solomia, Bjorn, and Lilan to join us here on the stage. But as they prepare to join me, let me just say a few words about the purpose of this panel. So essentially, in thinking about this whole conversation, what we had in mind was really to bring together experts and people who have worked across organizations, communities, but also institutions to address the legacies of historical and collective injustices against Roma and travelers. As you know, such initiatives are still rare in local, national, regional, and global politics, particularly in the case of Romani people. And therefore, our guests will examine and discuss these developments, but more so their absence. And Delia has talked about it quite a bit today, their absence in the context of Roma and travelers. But scholarship, advocacy, and practice have shown us that reparations are both necessary but also possible. Professor Mary Bassett earlier noted in her keynote speech that reparations are not, in fact, a new concept. This is an old idea, but it's also an old practice. And perhaps, if we were to think about the idea of redistributing 400,000 acres of land in South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida to formerly enslaved people, this idea can be seen probably as a step towards reparations, but more so probably the whole reconstruction project, and I wonder, Mary, what do you think about this, can be seen as an attempt toward reparations. Unfortunately, the reconstruction didn't last for a long time, and we see this in many other spaces. When we have a step towards repair, towards justice, then we have 10 steps back, in which politics that are extremist and violent can start. So at a more concrete level, and Professor Bassett has already mentioned this, there have been some steps towards reparations. And alongside these processes about the Holocaust and other older injustices, we can also see more steps in Colombia, a Truth and Reconciliation Commission established more recently, and we see a whole process in Norway in 2023. But there was also a commission for studying the Roma slavery in Romania in 2007. Unfortunately, it lasted for a few months and it had no outcomes. But there have been some attempts. So essentially, my hope for our panel today is really to look at both what has been done, but also what we can imagine as forms of repair for Roma slavery on one hand, but on the other hand, also expanding this conversation about reparations also at the whole continent and looking at experiences in Norway, but also in other parts of Europe. So our first three panelists, Solomia Karoli, Bjorn Eriksson, and Lilan Stoern, will discuss how Norway and its institutions have acknowledged and addressed injustices towards Romanian traveler communities. Following this conversation, we'll have a coffee break, and then we'll extend the conversation to cover slavery in Romania, and we are very fortunate to have with us Dr. Delia Grigore, Dr. Fernando Ruiz Molina, and Dr. Julius Rostaj, who will guide our debate with examples from Romania, but also from Spain. And then we'll close these sessions with Q&A sessions. But I will begin by introducing our honorable guests from Norway. Thank you so much for hosting us, first of all. I will start with Solomia Karoli. Should I start with the institutions? Let's start with Lilan Stoen.
Yeah, once more. My name is Lilland Støen, and I'm a secretary for a national organization for travelers in Norway. And I think that's what I'm going to say.
Thank you so much, and I'm sorry if I butchered your name, and that goes for you as well.
I think it's best I say it myself. It's a typical Norwegian name. Hello, everyone. My name is Bjørn Erik Thon, and I'm the Equality and Anti-Discrimination Ombudsman in Norway, which means that our institution is working to promote equality and fight discrimination.
Hello, my name is Solomia Karoli. I'm a writer and an activist and leader of the organization Roma Human Rights.
Hvis du vil ha denne og jeg tar den, det greit? Ja, da kan du få den. Så kan vi... No, we can share this one. Is that okay? Nice.
Okay, are we all set? Okay, perfect. Then let's do that. Let me kick off this conversation with some good news. A few days ago, when I arrived here in Oslo, I saw this beautiful picture of Solomia in one of the mainstream newspapers in Oslo, and I think that some of you already know, but a few days ago, alongside the King of Norway, Solomia unveiled a memorial to Norwegian Roma victims of the Holocaust. So, Solomia, thank you so much for all your work. We have followed you for many years, and we know how much effort and commitment and dedication you have put into this work. So I'm going to start with you, if you don't mind. Tell us a little bit about processes of repair in relation to Romani people in Norway. Has there been anything done?
Yes. In 2015, we got an official apology from the former Prime Minister Erna Solberg for the victims, our family members during the Second World War. And it was a compensation paid 3 million krona, a small amount, which were put into a culture house named Romani Care. So how did the culture house actually developed is it's a place for the younger generation, first of all, where they are contributing with podcasts. They made some films about Roma people. We have a little museum in the culture house with the expedition about the Holocaust Center, Holocaust case. And It is a cafeteria where the young girls are working. Honestly, I am not too much there, so I cannot tell so very much about what's happening there. These days we have the young generation which are guiding school classes and so forth when it comes to the Holocaust story, traveling around the country.
Should we continue with you? Maybe can you talk about some forms of repair that have been attempted in Norway by Norwegian institutions, and which harms, for which harms?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question, and thank you also for inviting me. You know, I'm very happy to be part of this discussion. And I would also like to thank Solomia for what happened on Friday, actually. I think we should give her a round of applause for what she's done. It is, of course, a shame that we are writing 2025 before we got the memorial. But as we say, at least in Norway, better late than never. But it's really in due time. And I'm sure that this memorial will be of great importance for you. And hopefully it will also be of inspiration to the fight that we are fighting together to get more focus on the Romani people and how we should proceed, you know, to get the compensation and all the other things that we'll talk about. But coming back to your question, I think the most important was the commission, what it was called the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, about the wrongdoing against the Sami people, the Norwegian or the Kven people. I don't know if that's the right Norwegian English word, but the Kvens or Norwegian Finns and the Forest Finns. And that was what we called Norwegianization. You know, they lost their culture, they lost their language, they were sent to special schools, it was a lack of health services. It's a lot of wrongdoing done by the majority population in Norway against this group. It was really important. It was a historical mapping of the wrongdoings, and it disclosed so clearly how they lost their culture, the language, and so on and so forth. But this commission did not include the Roma people, which was a shame, actually. And I think maybe the most important thing about this commission, it was actually a good outcome of it. Not that much have been followed up, but some has been followed up. But one of the most important thing was that they interviewed 760 people from these groups, 760 people. And they got the chance to tell their story about their experiences as pupils, as students, in the housing market, in the labor market, how they lost their language and the culture, as I just mentioned, and being part of this reconciliation commission and the work, to have their voice heard, to have their voice sort of brought before the parliament, because this was a parliamentary committee, so the report was discussed in the parliament, was so very important. And that is why one of the things that we have been working for is to get a similar committee, a Truth and Reconciliation Committee, also for this group, because people need to tell their story. I think it's very important to be able to tell your story and to have someone to listen to you. And of course, there have to be some sort of compensation. It's hard for me to go into what that could be. Maybe you will elaborate on this. But at least such a commission is one of the most important things, the way I see it, that we can do in Norway these days.
Thank you so much for that, and I will come back to you to discuss a little bit more about this plan to include Romani people in a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, but probably, Lilan, I want to hear from you as well, particularly because I understand that you have long been involved in thinking about processes of redress and collective justice for Romanian Tatars or Tatar people, so I wonder if you can... Yes, I will say travelers then. So what forms of repair do you think have been attempted, and then which harms, and what is missing?
It's actually a huge question, and I could speak about this for ages. I actually wrote a book about it. But the government has issued apologies, and also the Norwegian Church. And there has been some individual compensations provided for lost schooling, bullying, forced sterilization, and forced settlement. I have made notes because English is not my mother tongue, so I need notes. And some municipalities have established their own compensation schemes for individuals placed in orphanages in their municipalities, with amounts given up to 750,000 Norwegian kroner. And those children lost their identity, family, language, and most of them were victims of violence and sexual abuse. And in 2006, there was an exhibition opened in a museum in Elverum, which shows the travelers' culture and history. And it has been said that that can be seen as a part of a reparation. I don't know why. And Norway has a lot of museums showing Norwegian's history and culture, but yeah, I think it's wrong. It's not a compensation, but it's a nice exhibition. I recommend you to go and see it. And a collective compensation was also given with the purpose of preserving, highlighting, and communicating the language, history, and culture of the Romani people, or travelers, if you want to call them that. And the minorities' own organizations sat on the board of a foundation that was to manage this compensation. And the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development also had 2 representatives on that board. But that compensation was taken back from the travelers' organizations, and now it's managed by the Arts Council in Norway. And no traveler has any saying in who's going to get funding from this compensation. And yeah, the compensations given is, many see them as a new form of abuse, actually, especially the individual compensations. The amount the people has received has been less than a monthly salary for the politicians in Norway for a destroyed life. Yeah. And that's what I'm going to say for now, if it's okay.
Yes, it is okay, and I want to say that in many ways, in most European countries, what we see is that in the case of Romani people, we don't talk only about an episode in history where we had collective violence, collective killings, but there are so many episodes, and you're talking about the Holocaust, you're talking about removal of children from their families, for assimilation, violent assimilation, and so on, the Holocaust. So I just want to go back to you, Solomia, because I started this conversation on this positive note, talking about Friday and the Friday event. But my understanding is that you have worked on this issue for decades. So it's just pure luck that we are here at the moment of success. But I wonder if you can reflect a little bit more about institutional support or acknowledgement of the damages that have happened to Romani people in Norway from one generation to another. And you can choose if you want to talk about the Holocaust or you want to talk about family, child separation.
I would like to speak a little bit about, coming back to what Lilian was mentioning, concerning our children. I wrote a book, the book was published in 2014, Norwegian Gypsy Children, Ethnic Cleansing and Child Abduction. And it's going on even today, with the argument that it is crime, it is violence, it's a drug abuse in the Roma community. From 2004 up to 25, we lost now totally 19 children. Some of these children is placed in institutions, other children are placed by foster parents. I have been going through the same myself. It is negative and it's positive in one way, because when it comes to the Norwegian Roma community, they have been isolated for decades after the Second World War. They were excluded from taking part in the Norwegian society, working market, education, etc., etc. It was first in 2003 they had access to normal school. Before that, it was segregated classes. So today we have a group of young Roma people who gone out of 10 degree, 10 class, 10 degree, yes. 10th grade. But unfortunately, it's very few of them who are pursuing further education. And as long this is happening and the Roma themselves are not willing to go further in life, it will come to a situation again where poverty, not willing to immigrate in the society you are born and grown up in, and it will always be an excuse for losing our children. That's the situation, and it has gone on for hundreds of years, and it will not stop. And it's not only in Norway, this is happening all over Europe. A few months ago, I was reading in the newspaper from Hungary, Orban, who declared that the Roma women who are having children who are carrying the children when they get giving them birth, the state will take them away. So it's a force assimilating into the European society. But because I have the experience myself, being placed in foster care and so on, so I try to see the positive side of this policy also. What is positive, first of all, is that you learn, you're getting integrated in society, you're mixing with all kinds of people except only the Roma community. And ethnical Norwegian, all kinds of races. And the most positive maybe also growing up on the force, what's I call it, no force, under the child welfare protection, is that you will have a continuing in the school. This is what is the positive thing with growing up under the child protection service. But the price you are paying is quite high. It is, you're losing the connection with your family, the Roma community, and you're losing your mother tongue. That's what I can say from my own experience. And when I see the Roma community today, I see also they are unfortunately in need of taking the children. when somebody can stand and say that, which I am hearing from the Norwegian Roma community, I am not Norwegian. Then I am asking them, what's going on here? You are born and you are grown up in this country and you're telling that you are not Norwegian. And how to say, so why are you in Norway then? Only because of the financial benefit? That's my answer.
Let me push this conversation a little bit further. We have provoked each other for a while here in the room today, but I just wonder, is there an alternative, a better alternative to this? Because in many ways we are talking about a form of reproductive violence. On the other hand, we are talking about punishing poverty, a form of poverty that Maria Dumitru earlier said that it was a racialized form of poverty. So if you were to think about, on one hand, repair, but on the other hand, about a different way to support Romani families in Norway, what would that look like?
I think the need of the Roma community is, unfortunately, they were excluded for decades. So you cannot blame them alone. It is how the state is, the policy, who is the policy who is driven by them, against them. What can I say? But today we're living in a very dangerous time. So before the Norwegian Roma community, I'm speaking about the Roma community here, before they even managed to turn around, so to speak, the Third World War is going on. It's coming. So I don't see any lucky and on this. And honestly, I would like to also mention another thing. In 2018, when we get the compensation and a culture house, which the Roma were longing for a long time, the government is putting the church city mission over their head. So they are in the control of the culture house, because we do not have educated Roma who can take care of the financial side of part of the culture house. But at the same time, the Roma people also get vad heter det för norsk? Utsatt. Exposed for quite many oversett her forskningsprosjekter.
Research projects.
Yes. So what is happening is that the Roma today, they are getting re-traumatized instead of getting control over their own life and the future. So in a way, you hold them in check. And this is very wrong.
So then let me turn it to our institutions, because you mentioned state institutions, and I want to hear from you, Bjorn. You mentioned earlier the 2023 Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the lack of Romani voices, but also reparations in that commission. But you talked about hope as well. There is a future for such a commission. So how do you think about that, and what forms of harms would it address?
Thank you. First, just a short follow-up on what Solomea is saying. Is saying about re-traumatization. Because only a couple of years ago it was disclosed that it was a police register in Norway where...
Last year.
Was this last year, yeah? Where almost all, the whole Roma community was registered. Yeah, the whole population. And it was children. I think it was dead people.
There was 4 generations. My father's generation, which is dead, my generation, our children, our grandchildren, totally 4 generations.
So that was, of course, shocking, really shocking. And maybe even more shocking was that not that much actually happened. I think it was a lot of engagement that was raised in different communities, in different institutions, among them us. I was the Data Protection Commissioner for many years, and we had a similar case in Sweden in 2013, as far as I remember. And I made a statement to the press at the time saying that something like this will never happen in Norway. 11 years after, they proved me wrong. But coming back to your questions, I mean, what can a commission actually do? I think documentation of history is very, very important because what really happened? What has really happened over the years to this group? And I mentioned some examples. The culture has been wiped out, sort of. Problems in school. On almost every area of life, they have met discrimination. And this needs to be documented. And the ones who have maybe suffered most from these policies from the majority community in Norway are starting to get a bit older. I'm getting older myself. I'm not part of this community, but we have to make this documentation carried out before it's too late. So that's very, very important. And we have to look at the consequences. What are the consequences for the people who has experienced this sort of discrimination, of Norwegianization, or whatever we should call it, which is very, very important, of course. And what are the health consequences for these people? And health consequences not only run in 1 generation, it can run in 2 and 3 generations of a group of people that has experienced this. And of course, we need measures, we need reconciliation about language, culture, conflict prevention, a lot of things that you can actually look at. And I believe that the mandate of the Commission looking at the wrongdoing against the Sami people and the other minorities, as I mentioned, could be a good example of how such a committee could work. But again, I'm repeating myself maybe a little bit now, is that people will have the possibility and opportunity to tell their story and to have someone listening to them, take their story seriously, and then build a policy and a reconciliation process on top of that. I think this is really so important. We have had meetings with politicians. We have worked together on this project, and we will definitely continue doing that. And I got much more optimistic and inspired after Friday's event about the memorial. Because, I mean, the king was there. That is a strong signal. That's a strong signal. The head of parliament was there. That is a strong signal. The ministry was there. I don't know if that is such a strong signal because they could have done something a long time ago, but he was there at least. So I think it is a momentum now, thanks to this memorial, that I really think we should use in order to get such a committee established.
Okay. Sorry, when it comes to the memorial, sorry, I started working with the case already in 2016 by writing an article to Aftenposten, Norwegian's biggest newspaper, for the need to raise a memorial. Memorial, yes. And the government was against it. Despite that the Holocaust Center already had been briefing about the Holocaust. So the government is not on our side. But I wrote that, and in 2019, hva heter bystyret på engelsk? City Council, thank you, was lifting the case one more time, and det ble enstemmig vedtatt. Right. So,
Everyone agreed.
so anyway, so I start pushing the commune, the culture directorate, which have financially sources for and supporting the national minorities with different kind of projects. At the same time I was applying, at the same time the registering and mapping case come up. So they were not, there was no doubting 1 second that this memorial should come up in place. So the last 2 years it has been very, very hard work. The bureaucracy is enormous. Difficult, delay, bam, 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 you know, and I, boom, boom, boom. So in the end, before this year, 8th of May, during the Liberation Day, frigjøringsdagen i Norge, Liberation Day, the king was making a speech. And for the very first time, he was mentioning our group. So I was thinking, okay, let me write an email up to the king and invite him to the ceremony. And then a few weeks later, your invitation is granted. I got shocked. I started crying, honestly. So, what did I do in that day when the ceremony was? We see all these politicians coming, and I took the opportunity, starting to bother the politicians around me. Yes? So I get, now you have to translate.
Okay.
Bystyreleder.
Leader of the city council.
President of the government. So now they have promised me that they will have a following-up meeting. So I tried the whole day to call down in the office. It has been very busy. It's Monday. So, but I continue tomorrow.
Good.
And I was in advance telling them what I wanted to bring up. There are 2 major subjects I want to bring up, and I would like to see you on that meeting as well.
You don't have
First
to
of all,
angry
is
to
the
me.
mapping registration case, which the government, non-officially instance, were willing to put 300 small krona, 300,000 krona on the table, so that the Roma community could go to trial against the police officer and the police station, police who have registered. Plus, they were dehumanizing us too, comparing us with rats. Okay? So, critique to the government of Norway, Prime Minister and the Justice Minister.
Minister of Justice.
Thank you. They were not even willing to go out and defend us, despite they have been ratifying under their international rammekonvensjoner.
Framework Convention.
Framework, thank you. And so and so. You know, so we are standing alone again. While I am discussing with one lawyer now, I have a meeting with him on Thursday, by the way. So, the situation up today is difficult. So what I wanted to speak with the byrådsleder or the president of the government is the mapping case and granskning av forsoning og...
Truth and Reconciliation Committee.
Yes, so I want this guy here to come with me on this meeting.
Do I have a choice?
No, he have not a choice.
Solomia is it took us a while to get you know, on this page, but I'm loving it. So thank you.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I don't speak. I don't have academic education, but I'm a born fighter.
So I want to officially invite you to Romania to join Delia Grigore in her fight to bring slavery on the table of our governments, first of all. But now, to go back to you, Lilan, and I'm curious if you want to... Yeah, so let's finish this conversation with Leland. First of all, if you have any reflections on some of the things that have been said, and second of all, maybe because Solomia mentioned the word consultation and participation, and I'm really interested in the idea of Romani people's participation in these processes of repair rather than just having a top-down approach to reparations. So I wonder if you have any reflections on the idea of reparations and some of the processes that have been implemented here and what needs to be done and who can help us.
Well, I think I think you can help us. And I completely lost everything because I was so into Solomia's speech here. And I have many thoughts about compensations and apologies. And I think the most important thing about apologies is that it has to come with reparations. You can't just apologize and when the state apologized, there hasn't been a real like corresponding actions that can help make visible the story and the abuses the state has apologized for, because no one knows. You can speak to any Norwegian out in the streets and no one knows about the history and abuses towards the travelers in Norway. And it has been ongoing for hundreds of years. And I think it's made invisible. And there's no willingness to make it visible. And before it's visible, any kind of excuse won't help. Because when no one knows it, nothing happens. So that's the most important thing. That the government, and I know that they're here today, they need to work to make the story visible. And we have asked them to do so for, I don't know, ages. And there's no willingness. And there's a lack of fair compensations. I mentioned individual compensations that people have seen as a new abuse. You know, when you get forcibly sterilized and they take your children away, someone was even lobotomized. You lose your identity and your language and your family, and you get like 100,000 Norwegian kroner as a reparation. Yeah, 10,000 euros. Yeah, I don't know. Some has, and they also used so long time to, you know, we have to apply for a compensation or and they used so long time that the people died. And then the compensation was withdrawn, even though you were entitled to one. If you died before, it wasn't given to your children. It was just not given to anyone. The collective compensation, I can say so much about the collective compensation. As I told you, I wrote a book about it, because that's actually a horrible story. And yeah, it's a horrible story, and I'm not finished with that story. It's not because the collective compensation has to be managed by the Romani people themselves, not by the government or the state, which had to give a collective compensation for the abuses towards the people. And the collective compensation, it's meant to preserve the language, the history, and the culture. And now it's the government or the state, like it's the state who decides what kind of project that's good to preserve the language and the culture, and no traveler has anything to say about it. That's a big abuse, and it's ongoing right now. So if you apologize, you have to mean something with apologies. And so there's a lack of fair compensations. I would say there's a lack of compensation at all. And there's a lack of appropriate and honest review of assimilation policies towards the Romani people and the consequences it has caused. So there's a real need for a truth and reconciliation commission, like they told you, for not only for the Roma, but for the travelers. And there's a need for fundings towards the organizations so that they can grow and have resources for paid administration, because we have so little fundings and we actually do so much. And the organizations are working to raise awareness of the minority and Norway's policy towards them. Since the government is not, we have to do so, and it's hard work. And without funding, it's not possible to acquire the necessary expertise or to do all necessary work. We can't pay people to help us. And there's also a lack of education within the Romani community. So we don't have the people, often we don't have the people we need, and we have to pay someone, pay for help, and we don't have the fundings to do so. And there's a huge need for an action plan against anti-Gypsyism, which includes anti-nomadism, because Roma children are often segregated in school, and the travelers' children are discriminated because you can't travel if you're not allowed to have schooling while traveling. And so the traveling culture dies because of the school system, and that's also a huge problem. And we were working for an action plan against anti-Gypsyism, and there was what you call it when a member of the parliament recommends something. It was a member of the parliament who recommended an action plan against anti-Gypsyism. And actually, several parties in the parliament thought that it was a good idea, but the government, who has the responsibility for policy making toward national minorities, they sent this letter to the committee who was working with an action plan and said that it was not a good idea. And when they say so, the politicians have so little knowledge about assimilation policies and what has been done towards the national minorities. So they think that the government know what they're talking about, but they're not. So actually the government is our biggest enemy, and that's where we have the biggest fights, and it shouldn't be like that. So we always ask for policy making towards the national minorities to be moved out of the government and into another one, not out of the government, but out of the Ministry of Local Development and I don't know what to call it. Yeah, thank you. And we want it to be put under the Ministry of Culture. I think that's where it should be. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Lilan. We only have 1 minute, so Salomia, please.
Back to the action plan. The excuse the government was using this spring, because we were fighting, both groups. You were there too, demonstration, 8th of April. Okay. So the decision the government was taking was, it's already an action plan against racism. That was the excuse they were using, and that the Roma community have an apparatus around them, which is the church, city, mission. It's a bloody joke. You are very, very soft when you saying that the government is our enemy. The Norwegian government, not all of them, not all parties. It is the far right and Arbeiderpartiet, Labour Party, those are the people, for the moment, which are real racist against our groups here.
I just have to say something. It's not the government who's our enemy, it's the ministry. I was just saying.
Yeah, but they are not, they are racist. That's the right expression to use on these people. So I don't see any happy future. Yes, you and me, we're going to get the meeting, but is it going to come something good out of it? I doubt it. Because the political agenda is already written to 2060. What is going to happen from now to 2016 is a Third World War, starting after, it's already starting slowly. And it will be an ethnic cleansing again. Even the Roma people last year wasn't able to have one representative in the EU Parliament, despite that we have high educated people here among the Roma. So we have, back again to the action plan. We have an action plan. The Jews, they have an action plan against anti-Semitism. But we see what's happening all over now because of Israel. The anti-Semitism is exploding. So as the state secretary said 3 years ago in the Contact Forum, she said to me, there are so many action plans. And she didn't see the reason why to get an action plan against anti-Ziganism. She's not working anymore.
Solomia, thank you so much for that. And I think that what I'm taking from this conversation in particular is your concern, both yours and Lilan's concern about this form of repairs that we see. On one hand, we have the state involved in some processes of repair. On the other hand, you have an institution, a religious institution, controlling some of these processes. Is that repair, or is that a continuation of the harm? And on the other hand, what I'm taking is really some of these fights that you have fought and you have won, one of them being on Friday.
I want to say one thing, which is...
Go ahead.
And I am not afraid to say it. This discrimination and racism we have been exposed for since the 14th century, Mr. Jan Hancock, Karamani. It's only coming down to one thing. Because we are not of European descent and blood. It's there, the whole thing is, it's there where the problem is. White, what you call it, supremacy. And this is what we see again right now. And I'm shocking yesterday, Jan Hancock, I read in the newspaper, now America, they are now normalizing the swastika symbol. It shall not be a hatytring for the på engelsk. Yes, and these things, the rope you're putting around the neck, this is not a hate crime anymore. So it's only a question of time now before Europe also adopting it, and then nobody is reacting. It's getting normalized. So what I see in front of me is death. There are no hope here. Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I think that you really put, the emphasis on the right thing, and this is a worry that we all share. There is a rise in far right, in violence everywhere in the world, including in the United States, in Romania, Hungary, everywhere, Norway.
In Norway last week, the police was supporting a Nazi festival.
So I think that we do have to be worried. and I think you are worried, I'm worried too, and I think that Bjorn, you, at the Ombuds office, you must have a lot of work to do there, but I want to end this by saying, first of all, don't forget about the meeting with Solomea next week, and then...
Finally, instead of sitting, okay, it's important to highlight the slavery in Romania, but I think now what is more important, people, instead of sitting talking about what happened during the Second World War and further back, start to focus on what happened today, because it is dangerous time we are going, we meeting now. Again, a genocide is waiting for us. I see you in the concentration camp.
Yeah, but this is the thing that, you know, we cannot really separate the past from the present. So they are so connected that we cannot neglect that conversation. So it is important, and probably I will end this by actually, you know, trying to get a promise from you to really think about this new process of truth and reconciliation in relation to Romanian travelers, so that we can start a program here that is a little bit more participative, it's a little bit more inclusive of the voices of our people. But I want to thank you all. It's been an honor and a pleasure. I admire your work, and I really hope we can, you know, just have you all in Romania to work on slavery as well. With that, I know that you don't have access to your programs, so there is no coffee break now. We'll just continue. 5 minutes, okay. She's the boss, so okay, you have 5 minutes. Solvor, can we start? Okay, welcome back, everyone. Please join us. You know, at Harvard, we have organized a Roma conference for 13 years, and we have two patterns. One is that the coffee breaks are always too short because people always want to talk more. And the other pattern is that the panels are also too short because the panelists always have more things to say. And that always reminds me of this poem by a Romani poet that says, "We've been silent for 1,000 years, but our lives are, I think, I forgot the last part. But it's this whole idea that we have so many things to say, and I can feel that in the words of some of the scholars and activists that we had here today. And we are really honored to continue this conversation about reparations, which is really at the beginning in many ways in the Roma movement, but at the same time is also old, because I remember, you know, working with Delia Grigore in 2005 and earlier on actually asking the Orthodox Church for apologies and protesting in front of Romanian institutions. So again, this is new, but it's also an old conversation. Probably back in the days, we would not really frame it as reparations. But that being said, and having you all back here, welcome back, and we'll continue this conversation on reparations by expanding the discussion to Spain and Romania. And we are very lucky to have here with us today 3 fabulous, amazing Romani scholars. I admire them all. I will introduce them and briefly read their bios, and then we will start a conversation. So we have with us Delia Grigore, who teaches at the University of Bucharest. And she's also the president of the Romani Center, Amare Romența. Julius Rostaș is also here. He's a visiting professor at the National University of Political Sciences and Public Administration in Bucharest. And last but not least, we have Fernando Luis Molina, who is a PhD candidate. I'm sorry, earlier I already declared you a doctor, but soon to be. PhD candidate at the School of Law, Criminology and Government at the University of Plymouth. And his research focuses on a critical analysis of hate crimes and hate speech against Romani people. Welcome, and thank you all for joining me. So far we have talked about reparations as a concept and as a practice, but I would like to transition this dialogue towards Romania and Spain by inviting Julius to introduce another concept, the idea of transitional justice, and how he sees this concept as a practice in the case of Romani people. And then I will continue by asking you, Fernando, and then the two of you to talk about Romania and slavery.
Thank you, Magda. Thank you to Solvor and the organizers for putting together this event. I think it's great, and the debates here show how much these debates are needed. Also for a dialogue not only among us scholars, but also with the authorities. So thank you very much. Few years ago, trying to respond to the criticism that we scholars in Romani studies try to work on our subjects and, you know, publish and teach, but we are so isolated from what's going on. I said, let's try to cross-fertilize what we do in Romani studies with what's going on in other fields of studies. Yeah. And one of them is transitional justice. So a few years ago, together with other institutions, we started a project that called Chachi Pen. Yeah? And the idea was to try to use transitional justice as a field of study and how this applies to the situation of Roma in Europe. The question was, can we use the experiences from transitional justice in other countries in dealing with past abuses to deal with anti-Roma racism here in Europe? And that was something quite innovative because it wasn't used for that. Usually transitional justice, as I said, was used to deal with the past abuses in countries that were transitioning from authoritarian regimes to democracy. So it grew out from this field among scholars, especially from South America, but later on moved and got worldwide recognition with the processes going on in South Africa. For that reason, many people associate, when they hear transitional justice processes, they associate this with truth and reconciliation commissions. But there is something more, and the idea how this can be used for the Roma, and in our case for Roma slavery, yeah, is the following. I just want to mention a few things. One, there are many types of commissions that can be used. One of them is, of course, Truth Commission. And Truth Commission usually hear the victims. It serves as a platform for the victims to tell their stories, yeah, their part of the truth. But then there are also expert commissions, yeah, those that go and search in archives and discover the so-called truth. Then we have commissions with a very narrow mandate, for example, for reparations, for those designing a plan on how to adjust, how to deal with the past exactly. Then we have memorialization commissions, those that come with how to maintain the public memory. We have institutional reform commissions, those that prepare, for example, legal and policy audits and propose some measures. Or you have national dialogue commissions, those that involve different groups in society to ensure a larger participation. In practice, there is always a combination of these commissions. Why is this important? Because the aim of transitional justice is to bring reconciliations in society. And just by using law, it doesn't mean that we also bring justice, but also bring reconciliation. On the contrary, through court decisions, we might further divide the society. So for that reason, there is a need to deal with the past outside of the law, and that's what transitional justice tools and processes are proposing. Later on, we'll talk about reparations, and this can be in different forms, from financial, from educational scholarship, from health and housing programs designed for this, for the victims. And you know, our predecessor, especially Mary, showed how important this is to deal with such social inequalities. Then we have targeted development funds in specific areas where this might happen. Then we have also affirmative action in different fields, and this we can see that was a little bit applied. Now, reconciliation can be obtained also with a non-material or symbolic measure. Yeah, that includes apologies, yeah, memorialization through institutions such as museums, cultural centers. Yeah, you have public commemorations. You have, you know, education programs. Yeah, that help keep the memory and prevent the repetition. I'll rather stop here. And I just wanted to have this short introduction to what is transitional justice. So when we talk about reparation, to realize that this is a field of study that goes on across the world and has been used with different successes in different societies. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Julius, and I think it's wonderful to expand the theoretical frameworks that we are using and starting this conversation with theoretical frameworks. So are we talking about redistributive justice? Are we talking about historical justice? Are we talking about reparatory justice? Are we talking about transitional justice? And I think there are different schools of thought and different questions, different critiques to all these frameworks, including the critique that transitional justice, to some extent, is pretty white in nature, right? So that being said, I would think about these frameworks, which at the same time, if you think about the methods that each of these frameworks propose, they are pretty much the same or pretty similar in many ways. But I want to continue this conversation by focusing a little bit more on practice. So I want to have Spain and Romania as two case studies, and I would like to hear from both you, Fernando, and then Delia, a little bit about the historical context that we have in mind when we talk about transitional justice or redistributive justice or reparations, and some of the steps that have been done. And probably, Fernando, we can start with you. Yeah, please go ahead.
Is working? Yeah. Thank you, Professor Matake, and thank you for the organizer, Professor Lauritsen, Delia Grigore, Maria Dumitru, for inviting me and also for speaking about the context of Spain and how, although we are far between Romania and Spain, how, we can learn from each other and how there is a commonality and how the hate, historically was applied to the Roma people. Before starting, I want to say to everybody, good afternoon. As Magda said, I am Fernando Ruiz Molina. I am a human rights lawyer and PhD candidate on criminology. As you notice, I am Spanish, then I have a strong accent. If in any moment you get lost, please keep with me. Today I want to make an overview of how was, the historical persecution of Roma in Spain. And after we will see how the Roma are today in Spain and what practices, what remedies was applied in my country. To understand the Spanish case, we need to start with a crucial point. Anti-Roma racism in Spain was never individual or accidental. It evolved into a comprehensive, long-term legal, administrative, and discursive regime. As shown in my research paper, from 1499 onwards, Spain produced something exceptional in Europe, an extraordinary legislative hyperproduction targeting one single group. Over 270 royal decrees and edicts constructed a penal system in which Romani identity itself became a criminal category. Historian Manuel Martinez summarized it clearly. Never has so much been legislated for so few. These laws didn't target the specific acts but forms of life. Mobility, language, trades, clothing. They created a penal law of being, in which guilt derived from ethnic status rather than conduct. Punishments were often imposed without trial, based on mere suspicion by local magistrates. They included flogging, banishments, and total confiscations of goods. And even when such laws failed, they were reissued again and again. Persecution was not a deviation, it was a state policy. Among the harshest punishments were the galleys. Thousands of Romani men were forced to row on royal ships for years. Many died chained to their benches. At certain times in the 18th century, Roma composed almost one-third of all galley slaves in the Spanish crown. Children as young as 7 were taken to naval arsenals to learn discipline. Repression was also deeply gendered. While men rowed in chains, Romani women were publicly whipped, banished, or confined in house of mercy, working under surveillance, separated from their children, and condemned to indefinite sentences. The goal was twofold: to punish their bodies and to dismantle community life. This long-term legal regime produced a grammar of suspicion, applied systematically by magistrates, majors, and armed force. The result was a permanent state of illegality in which Roma were punishable even when complying with the law. Now I'm going to speak about one of the most extreme cases of extermination in Spain, that was the Great Roundup, La Gran Redada, in 1749. The extreme expression of this system was the Great Roundup, conceived, according to official documents, as an operation to exterminate them once and for all. This was a paradigmatic case of punitive biopolitics, marked by simultaneous arrest of 9,000 to 12,000 people in one night, systematic separation by sex and age, the use of men and boys as forced labor in naval arsenals, imprisonment of women in institutions such as House of Mercy, the forced transfer of infants to foundling hospitals, and massive confiscation of property. As documented by historians, this was one of the largest planned attempts to destroy a minority in 18th century Europe. Mortality rates in Cartagena and Zaragoza showed that the objective was not to reform the Roma people, but the destruction of the group as a social unit. Resistance, petitions, escapes, and rios was led largely by Romani women. Their persistence was so significant that the Council of Castile eventually prohibited Romani women from appearing before the courts. Although they didn't want it, this was a recognition of their power. The centuries after, 19th and 20th century, after the roundup, the pragmatic sanction of 1783 opened a new phase of forced assimilation. It prohibited the word Gitano, Roma, renamed the communities as New Castilians, and tied equality to abandoning language, dress, and customs. This was not a rupture, but a reorganization of control. The 19th century maintained segregated censuses, mobility restrictions, and criminalizing discord reinforced by positivist criminologies. In the 20th century, Francoism, the Franco dictatorship, modernized the apparatus through the vagrancy law and the law of social danger, the 1943 Civil War regulation ordering officers to scrupulously monitor Gitanos, Roma, and segregated rehousing policies with institutional spatial marginalization. The dictatorship combined social repression and cultural folklorization. Romani culture was turned into national folklore, while real Romani lives remained at the margins. Now, what is happening today in Spain with the Roma? Modern Spain has adopted important human rights legislation, but the evidence shows that anti-Roma racism continues as normalized structural racism. Recent EU-wide surveys confirm this. Spain has one of the highest proportions of Roma living in poverty. 98% of the Roma people in Spain live at risk of poverty, and very high levels of discrimination in housing, education, employment, and health. In housing, segregated neighborhoods. In education, segregated schools. Roma people don't finish compulsory education. At large, nowadays 1% of the Roma population are in the university, 1%. In employment, silent racism. In health, life expectancy among Roma is 8 to 15 years lower than the Spanish people. In justice, even though anti-Roma racism is now a legal category, effective protection remains limited, and the reporting is structural, plus the judiciary has produced rulings that reproduce harmful stereotypes. For example, the Leon case reducing a conviction for sexual abuse on the basis of alleged Romani cultural norms. This reinforces impunity and distrust in the institutions. Pogroms and collective violence, whole neighborhoods attacking Romani families without reason, expulsions, arsons, and forced displacement. On media, a pattern of criminalization is still widespread. Altogether, this confirms that what scholars describe as acknowledged institutional racism. Now, to finalize, I want to speak about reparations and the 600th anniversary that this year is in Spain, and they declared the year of the Roma people. In international human rights norms, reparation consists on restitution, compensation, rehabilitation, satisfaction, a guarantee of non-repetition. Spain has taken symbolic steps. Anti-Roma racism is recognized in the criminal code. The law of equal treatment and discrimination was adopted. There is a national strategy for the Roma. And they made also a subcommission for a future parliamentary state pact against anti-Roma racism. However, as my research shows, these frameworks lack effective implementation, adequate funding, measurable indicators, and independent oversight. There is no truth of commission and no comprehensive state recognition of historical persecution, including the Great Roundup, and segregation and discrimination under Francoism and democracy. These years have been specifically symbolic. 2025 was officially declared by the Spanish Parliament as the year of the Romani people. accompanied by institutional declaration and high-level speeches, including from the King, commemorating the 600th anniversary. Yet, as the years close, it's evident that this recognition has remained largely symbolic. There have been cultural events and public gestures, but no reparative agenda, no structural reforms, no historical truth measures, no guarantees of no repetition. Moreover, is this crucial, there has been no progress on legal recognition of the Romani people as a national minority, recovery and protection of the Romani language, recognition of cultural heritage that was erased or appropriate, or any new measure linked to the anniversary. In short, the anniversary placed Roma at the center of the public discourse, but didn't transform the structure that sustained anti-Roma racism. The challenge now is not to celebrate this year, but to ensure it does not end without initiating a real process of memory, justice, and reparation. To conclude this presentation, I would like to say that anti-Roma racism, both historical and contemporary, constitute a paradigmatic example of structural racism in Europe. Dismantle it requires more than legal reforms, as Professor Rostas was saying. It requires truth, restitution, and guarantees of no repetition. Without historical memory and without meaningful reparations, equality will remain formal rather than real. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Fernando. Thank you so much for this thorough overview of institutionalized racism. You have talked about hundreds of laws targeting Romani people, and then a full-scale project of exterminating Romani people in Spain, known as the Big Roundup for all of us. And I think it's interesting how we can look at these phenomena and where do we place them in relation to the present-day conventions, including the Convention on Genocide, and I'm thinking here about the relationship between the Big Roundup and genocide. I will come back to you, and maybe you can think about some ways of repair that would be a little bit more targeted, but I want to continue with Delia and talk a little bit about Romania. Delia, you've been part of the Roma movement since the early 1990s, and you've done a lot of academic work on slavery, but also you have been involved in so much activism around memory and memorialization. So I wonder if you can guide us through some of these steps, just going back to the 90s to where we are today. What have we tried to do? And then I'll go back to Julius and maybe think about framing what can we actually do and how we can imagine these processes of repair or whatever we can call them, healing.
Actually, the history of Roma in Romania, that is a part of Romanian history, which sometimes is not recognized as such, is a history, as Fernando here said, for Spain, is a history of institutionalized racism. Because from its beginning, from the first document that attested the existence of Roma, is the first document we found as Roma, not me, but historians and colleagues found, but it's not the first actually, but this is what they found because they couldn't find something older, is that document from October 3rd, 1385, when the Roma were attested as slaves in a donation that is reinforced from a monastery to another, from Vodița to Tismana, reinforced by the ruler, by the voivod, that reinforces a donation that was made to this monastery before by another voivod, another ruler, another king, as we can say. Names are similar. And this is about 40 families, 40 big families, Salașe, as they say in this document, of Țigani. Țigani meaning absolutely, clearly, and without doubt, slave. This was the term used. It was not used the rob or something. It was used Țigan with this absolute clear meaning of slave. Then, also the term slavery came in the 1848 revolution, sclavia, meaning slavery, because they were inspired by the by the Western Europe, where these revolutionary former enslavers themselves went and learned that this was a shame on the face of Europe, this slavery in their country. But coming back, this was the first moment. And then 500 years, around 500 years of slavery, turned Roma into mobile goods, into the non-human, not being recognized as human beings, but used as animals to work, hard work, with, of course, no payment. And in the three types of slaves that we had in Romania, the slaves of the ruler or of the voivod, of the king, the slaves of the boyars, of the landowners, and the slaves of the church. The Orthodox Church monasteries, Orthodox monasteries were, as the documents say, the biggest enslaver and slave owner among these three types of enslavers and slave owners. This was a situation with consequences up to today. Consequences on educational trauma, not genetic trauma, educational trauma, because trauma can be passed through generation to another, through education, without only because you see your mother that she is ashamed, that she is inferior, she's with her head down. You learn from the beginning of your life that you are inferior, that you should be ashamed, afraid of what you are. We wrote in our organization, Amare Romența, with the help of UNICEF, we wrote a study in 2007, not very far from the degree study from 2005 about the post-slavery trauma, the syndrome of slavery trauma. We wrote ourselves a study about the self-esteem of Roma, the ethnic self-esteem, and how history influences this. And it has a huge influence, beginning from slavery and continuing with the rest of the history. I'll tell you what. Up to today, in Romania, comparing with all other countries, everywhere Roma were persecuted, destroyed, killed. Their language, as in Spain, was forbidden. Their tongues were cut not to speak the language. In the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, the same. It was a policy of forbidding culture, of cultural ethnocide. But slavery was the worst, because slavery is, you know very well what it means. It means that you are in another category put than the humans. So it's a huge, it's a total dependency, personal dependency, not economic only, because like that, economic dependencies in the Middle Age were everywhere. I mean, there were landlord owners and churches, big everywhere in Europe and in everywhere, not only in Europe. And the peasants that were dependent in different forms on these lands of the landowners, working there and being economically dependent. But this is a huge difference, and those historians that are responsible historians show this difference. I mean, even some Romanian historians show the difference between the iobagia, the economic dependence, and the slavery that is personal dependence. And just to come to a little bit to very shortly introduce the ones that do not know to the Romanian history, after these 500 years of slavery that were a huge tragedy for the Roma, with consequences up to today, there was a very short time of this emancipation that not meant at all any policies of inclusion, of integration. I mean, Roma were just left to be free, let's say, after not being humans, for not being considered, seen as humans for 500 years. So what to do? I mean, some stayed in a semi-slavery status in their masters. As Petre Petcu said very well, they were not even informed by their masters, by their enslavers, that there were some laws about the abolition of their slavery. But step by step, with a very big opposition, especially of the Orthodox Church, finally, on 20th of February 1856, we had the final law that it was the final law for the abolishment of the last slavery category. But it was with compensation for the enslavers. Immediately compensation in money. Actually, the state, I mean the king, the voivode, bought from the boyars, from the landowners and the slavers, bought the slaves and freed them. This was the way. It was not like that. They were paid for each slave that was freed. And of course, the former slaves, the emancipated ones, our ancestors were never paid. Never. What came, it was a fight to survive of our people, to survive. They were sometimes hunted because they were in the streets without clothes, just wandering here and there to find somewhere to work. Only the nomadic Roma that were the slaves of the king were a little bit better because they had their traditional crafts and they began to exercise, to work in their craft and to continue to be nomadic. But the ones that were in agriculture at the monasteries and at the boyars, even now when I went in this MEMOROBIA wonderful project that I thank very much Magda and Solvor to invite us to be a partner, I went in the field to discuss with so many Roma what they remember about slavery, what they remember. It was a continuum. We were not human. Amenasamas manush samas rande. This word rande came very, very, very much as if it was not, it means at the boyars, at the enslavers. And it was not understood as to be at somebody, in somebody's possession. It's a characteristic, a specific, how we are. I mean, when they say we were rande, it's like we were not humans. I mean, the word means to, we were at the boyars, but it was understood in more than that. And this came like that up to today's, because it was a small time, 20 years of emancipation of the movement, but mainly in the cities, I mean in the towns, less in the rural area. There were organizing Roma organizations like the General Union of Roma, some newspapers like the Voice of Roma, Glasul Romilor, and a little bit of emancipation, but very short. And for only a few Roma had the possibilities. I will shorten. And it came the Holocaust then. In 1942, the Holocaust. The deportation to Transnistria, still half recognized, because it's still interpreted by some historians to be of social reason and not ethnic reason as for the Jews. Still not studied as the Holocaust of the Jews is mandatory course now in the education law in Romania, which is very good, but ours is not. Our history is now begins to be an optional class, an optional discipline. And the socialism regime came with assimilation policies, but also with integration. Some of us are nostalgic because some of us, we believe our parents. I was 17 in 1990, and our parents were assimilating themselves in order to go to work, to go to school. And they said, it was the first time in our history as Roma when we were treated with respect. Of course, they forgot to say that this price to pay was assimilation. Because it's true, it was assimilation. You could have, are you Romanian? Yes, good, come on, Țigane. You know, I mean, they were still looked down, but if you said, okay, I'm Romanian, I like how, hey, Romania, I love everything, you had the possibility to at least share the poverty with the non-Roma, with the Gage in this regime. But we were treated with a little more respect than before, because in 1919, when Romania signed the Treaty for Minorities in Paris, they recognized the German minority, the Hungarian minority, and not the Roma minority. So Roma were only recognized as a minority after 1990. Now we are in the present. What about today? Today, about reparation, in my opinion, is just, shall I go to reparations, no? Or not? Next. So this is the Romanian history when we speak about Roma, and it's tragic, and it's as it is, and we will see what the state is doing for reconciliation, if they are doing anything or not.
Thank you so much, Delia. And Delia mentioned her findings and her research in Romani neighborhoods in the past few years. So I suggest, you have a look at the new thematic issue in critical Romani studies on slavery, because Delia's article is there. But Julius, to come back to you, and maybe all of you, Delia is talking about this continuity of injustices regardless of political regime, right? So we go from principalities and we go to nation states, and yet racism persists. And I think that in this context, somehow I'm trying to challenge you on the concept of transitional justice a little bit, and I hope you respond. On one hand, what kind of transition are we talking about when we discuss a continuity of racism? So it's not a transition from communism to democracy, but it's a continuity regardless of political regimes. And then that being said, we both like theory, but moving towards practice, what do you see as healing and repair, whatever we call it? Where are we heading to? And then I would like to hear from Delia, and then finish with Fernando, and just open the floor for a little bit of a conversation. So,
thank you, Magda. That's one of the controversies, about transitional justice. For that reason, I use transitional justice tools, because there we have many means to address long-lasting racism against Roma. And we see continuity not only across different regimes, but we see also kind of similar patterns in racism against Roma across borders. And let me make the following point. Slavery, Roma slavery, can be seen as a regional event in our history, but it has global consequences, because following the liberation from slavery, we noticed the so-called second wave of Roma migration into Europe that went, in fact, to North and South America. And there are communities, including in South America, that are still speaking some kind of old Romanian, and Vlach Romani, from there. So, including here in Norway, So that's one point. When we talk about slavery in Romania, it has connection with people living nowadays across the globe, including here. And since we are in Norway, I want to make another point, that when we talk about responsibilities, then we have to look into how several states are funding knowledge production on, in this case, exactly on Roma slavery. And unfortunately, the so-called Norway funds, that are quite generous, are mostly spent on some kind of projects that some are completely meaningless. I tried to find out data and information about a specific project in Romania that went to non-Roma organizations, and the aim was to establish a virtual museum of Roma in Romania. And it was supposed to do something about slavery and so on. The funding was 800,000 euros, quite some money, I would say, yeah? And there was no Roma involved into it. I couldn't find out. So here is my invitation to the people in the audience. If you are Norwegian citizens, do write to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and ask on how they spend money on Roma in Romania without Roma. Yeah? I think that's something you can do to help us fight against this denial or rather silence on this episode in our history. Well, coming back, how this might happen, we have two ways to achieve reparations. One are court-ordered decisions, and the second are policy-based. That means either through law or programs and strategies and so on. When it comes to law, we can see in the past, at least in the past 35 years, several case law brought before national courts and international courts, like the European Court of Human Rights. And that was a huge failure. Just to compare with the Brown versus Board of Education case, that Mary mentioned, in '53 in US, through which the US Supreme Court ordered school desegregation with all deliberate speed. We had a similar case ruled by the European Court of Human Rights that had rather a symbolic impact. Segregation of Roma children in schools in many countries, in fact, increased in the past 10 years. So we had numerous cases against killings of Roma, and moreover, we had here the case of police statistics on Roma. And in Norway, the state prosecutors do not have the guts to say, I have the moral and legal obligation to defend these citizens and their interests, and therefore I should go against the police for compensations for these people. Public prosecutors in Norway do not have this stamina. We have to say it. So what do we expect from other countries? When it comes to programs and strategies, we do have, at least in Romania, we have 3 rounds of government strategies towards Roma. And then we have at the European level, if you go to these meetings, they are so boring that you can literally fall asleep. And, it's also just by selected people, so nobody that can, raise some, questions that are not very pleasant. So they handpick participants. But what I want to say is that at the end of the day, what we are left with is to speculate the existing means and breaches in the system of oppression, for our own purposes. And here, it's not only about us Roma, but also finding allies, from the majority institutions. I think that's the only way to progress. And there will be always regress, there will always be setbacks, but on a longer term perspective, I think the very fact that we have a discussion here about Roma slavery, that tomorrow we are going to launch a special issue of critical Romani studies on Roma slavery, there is a success. Why? Because we produce knowledge against all the odds, that people that want to document and to learn about this, they have. So we produce some tools for others to learn about these processes. And I think that's still big. It's not enough. It's frustrating. But we don't have another option, you know, move on and, you know, fight back.
Yes, I didn't finish with the history of Roma in Romania because after 1990, in democracy, in half democracy, I could say, conflicts against Roma, killing of Roma, very well-known cases, Hădăreni, Bolintin, and other, Cogălnicianu, these are names of localities, huge riots against Roma, supported silently or not by the police, meant burning houses of Roma, killing Roma, and continued with the COVID when a study would be needed, in my opinion, to see how many Roma, among them my mother, were killed quicker and how they were neglected in the hospital, where anywhere they were neglected before. And with the pretext of COVID, they were even more neglected. So a study would be very good, as our colleague said here. They did in America. So racism is continuing. And what we have to repair, I cannot sit at the same table with, very difficult for me to sit at the same table with the enslaver. And I have to sit sometimes, many times, because there is no reconciliation. We have a law, 28, number of the law 28 from 2011, speaking about the recognition of the abolishment of slavery. Okay, good recognition. They use the word robia, of course, to diminish the problem. And this recommends to the authorities, to the public authorities, local or central, if possible, only like a recommendation, not mandatory, to finance some meetings, some events here and there. And there is affirmative action, special seats for Roma in school, in faculties and in high school. But all of this and other, maybe, only the law speaks clearly about robia, about slavery. All the other measures, like this affirmative action in education, and that we have a national agency for Roma, that we have a national Center for Roma Culture, Roma No Care. These are two institutions that are very small. They are functioning in rented offices. They have around 20 people employed in each of them. They are marginalized and with a very low budget. So this is what we have. No museum, no memorial, no nothing. No anything. And idea is that everything that was done, including the National Strategy for Roma, as you have in Spain, we have from 2001, the first version that was updated step by step. But this is not because seen as a reparation or a transitional justice or retributive justice or something. No, it was seen first because it was a condition for Romania to enter European Union. It was compulsory, it was mandatory to have a strategy for Roma that was never implemented, only, let's say, 10%, and reports say this, not me. Scientific reports, how it was implemented and how much these measures were implemented actually. So it was this condition for Romania to enter European Union. After entering European Union, racism increased, and Roma topic, Roma issue, was left aside like being very marginal because Romania was already in the family of Europe, so no need to care for the Roma. Then, again, it was a little bit of engagement, not of being afraid that the Roma were too much going to European countries because it was free movement. And again, a few steps. Among the steps, of course, there is also in the university, we have a program of studies of Romani that is very good idea. Of course, again, not as repertory. It came from a Romanian that was passionate, let's say, about Romani language, Professor Sarau. But it was not a measure coming from the state as a policy, as nothing. Everything is just small and here and there. There's no, and church is still in big debt in our case. I mean, they don't want, it doesn't want to recognize that they were enslavers, that this is a sin, even in their view, I mean, as a church. This is anti-Christian, this is not correct.
And so this is the situation in Romania. It's bad. It's not acknowledgement yet. But I want to say something. After that museum, that virtual museum that never existed actually, somebody from Cluj, I don't know who, they repaired, the Norwegian fund repaired in a way, because they gave a project to the Together agency led by Gelu Duminica, Rom, sociologist, and he took us, Amare Romența, as a partner, and we opened this virtual museum. There is a Roma virtual museum in not only in Romania, because it's virtual in 3 languages, Romani, Romanian, and English. It covers also very much the Holocaust, eugenicism, slavery, everything, and it's there. As we had the money possibility to do not very big, but it still has 8 hours of visiting, 8 halls, and it is something that shows our view. But of course, after the project ended in 2 years, the museum was opened officially in 2022. After end of this project, no possibilities now to update and to, but we are doing with our powers that are small, limited, to try to update, to promote it. So if you want, you can see it, just ask me, and you can just go to the internet and see it, because there are archive documents, there are photos, there are interviews, there are films, as we could do, and contribute if you want with something. I mean, we can put it there, because space is okay, and we are paying for this space from our Amare Romența possibilities, because you have to pay, for the space there, domain.
Thank you, Delia.
So,
thank you very much, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but I want to hear from the people in the room as well. Fernando, you have
2 minutes?
the last...
I don't know if it's working. Can you hear me? Yeah. In 2 minutes, I mean, what is the solution? I cannot say one, because the problem is huge. We are speaking about genocide, slavery, extermination, and it looks like that today we are suffering a soft racism, but it's not true. We have, all the discrimination that was formed when we were treated as animals. We still can see how the insults that we receive, the dehumanization of the insults. We are, in Spain, 88%, we are in risk of poverty. Every city has 1, 2, 3 neighborhoods that are just for Roma, extremely poor, without infrastructure. The problem is huge, on hospitals, on education, on justice. I put the example, I couldn't go further, but the example of a case of sexual abuse of a girl, 12 years old girl, Roma, that was raped by a guy of 24, and the judge understood that it produced less harm because she's Roma. And Roma people are more adequate, is more normalized to be, with sexual contact from young age. I don't know from where the judge took that, opinion. And the sentence was reduced to the aggressor. Then we really need, in Spain, we don't have official recognition. From the end of the 18th century, we are Spanish. And when Spain was asked to recognize Roma as national minority, Spain said, no, we cannot, because they are Spanish and all are equal. We don't have anybody. We have the Institute of Roma Culture, that they do some, things that are good, but are not solving our issues. And as we see here with Romania, with Spain, with Norway, there is a transnational problem. In every country, Roma are discriminated, Roma are poor, Roma are living in very bad conditions, Roma has not access to school, has not access to justice. Then what Europe are doing? The strategy is very good, but what is transforming the structures of our societies? Then, for me, in Spain and in Europe, I will start with a new framework, a real framework that will make structural changes. And in my country, I will start to be recognized as a national minority, At least that they enjoy a lot the flamenco, the music, They don't recognize that are Roma. Still nowadays, they don't recognize that are Roma. The clothing of flamenco is called outfit of Roma woman, of Gitana, and they say that is not true. That is coming from Muslim people, from Jewish people, that there were a mix, and it's not Roma. Then the problem is huge. We didn't start to solve it, and every Roma that is in the room will know that the racism is every day. It's every day when we go out of the street, it's every day when we go to supermarket, it's every day as you see how your mother, your father, your grandparents are treated, it's every day. No, it's something that is soft, no, it's something that is uncommon, and it's not something that, is not so often. It's individual moral wrongdoing, it's not structural, it's not by the state, it's not by the whole population. Then it's not an answer, but I think that, I cannot give a concrete solution because the problem is huge.
Thank you so much for that. Let's take a few questions. Yes, can we take one or two just and give people a minute to respond? Short questions, questions from people who haven't talked yet. Anyone? Oh. I'm not sure.
I don't have a question. I just want to comment something what Dr. Delia Grigore said. I always try to understand how the work's going on, how the mechanism is. Now, in that time of slavery, they were also talking about recompensation, but the one that was recompensated was the boyar. Why was that? Because Roma was considered talking goods, movable goods. So the boyar were decompensated, and the Roma were forgiving their sin. What in the world was their sin? To be born as Roma. This is the first thing that I wanted to underline. And the second one was, I think it's important to use the right words. In Romania, for example, the state is not using the word slavery. It's using the word robia, because robia sounds softly than slavery, right? What is the difference between rob and slave? The difference was that rob could have slave. Slave cannot have rob. That's the difference. And the difference is that slavery is identifying as a process that, because it involved human life trade, and it was a market of trade of slavery in Romania. And the third thing, and this is I'm ending, is the fact that recognition could come only if we have apologies. In all of this therapeutic process, we know that apology, it's the first step to heal. So the victim starts to heal. So first, the states should apologize, starting with the public discourse, admitting that they had slavery as institution. Not only the boyars, no, the state had slaveries. And after that, we could work more in public discourse or recompensation. But first, we need to admit that, or the states should, stand up and say, yes, we were slave owners. That's something we will not find very recently. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Liliana. A question or another comment? Emanuel, 1 minute.
Should it be mandatory for politicians to understand the history of Roma enslavement to Holocaust or modern discrimination in order to make informed policy decisions?
This is Emanuel Barica, well-known artist from Romania. You will see him later and tomorrow at the exhibition in Oslo, the Center for Minorities, the Holocaust Center. That being said, let's hear a few answers, short, like really 30 seconds each of you, and these will be your concluding remarks as well. Julius?
Oh, sorry. Let me tell you something. My answer is no. You know why? Because they might very probably understand only what they want, and therefore, do something completely wrong. Or just continue, the other option is to continue with the dominant narratives nowadays and therefore do it wrong again. So the third option, which will be the good one, I have doubts that they are inclined for that. So better no. But my dream is rather that information produced by scholars like here at the table, yeah, will be rather included in the mainstream curricula. So the whole society will learn something about it, and then we develop resources so they can learn even more if they are interested. But my expectation doesn't come from politicians. If change will come first from the Roma themselves. Politicians, no.
But I think myself, you know, at the end of the day, no matter how much educated we are with Roma, or we do things, at the end of the day, we do things, look, we are educated, all of you have a master's degree, you see you have it, but still it doesn't change nothing, because at the end of the day, the power is in the politician's hand. And now I ask myself, I believe when we also officialize the documentation of what's happening with Roma, that means they cannot play with us. The politicians, they cannot make a decision on a joke, because it is already a universal truth in Romania, based on all history, right? That means they cannot play it like this. And it's important for politicians, because politicians have power at the end of the day. They make decisions, we don't make decisions.
You're right. We are talking about the system of power, a technology of power. So, Delia.
I have a different opinion. I believe that it's useless only for us, the scholars, to produce knowledge. It's useless. It's good for our immortality and for the future generations to read. But without political will, nothing, absolutely nothing will happen. There will be nothing in the school mandatory, because now it's optional. There will be nothing, the national strategies for Roma will not be implemented as they are not now. So of course we need to fight. We need to go, all us, the scholars that we have, anyway, we are working somewhere, we are respected where we are. We are suffering discrimination, racism, but in another way. Not as our people that are spitted on there and they are in extreme poverty. Let's make the difference. And to help our people, actually, we need to go from our crystal tower and to fight, to be activists. And many of us, we are. We need to go and sit in front of the church in the next year, on 20th of February, in front of the Patriarchy of the Orthodox Church. They will be 170 years from the abolition of slavery. Sit there until they come out and apologize. Sit 1 day, 2 days, 1 week, 1 month, exchange among ourselves, and sit there until they come up with something.
Thank you so much, Daria. And I would reframe the idea of political will, particularly in a conversation about reparatory justice, into a redistribution of power and power resources. So probably that's something that we should, look for, as opposed to the political will of gadget politicians. So that being said, Fernando, you have the last word.
My last word, I am completely agreed with both and with Delia, and I think that we need societal will. Many powers have to do something with this. And I said the problem is huge. It's really huge. Here there is a lot of people that are non-Roma. I don't know if all of you are Norwegians. In your country you have Roma people. If you are from another country, in your country you also have another Roma people. Really involucrate on this. We are not so much. We can be to be 12, 15 million, but we don't represent. We represent so little in our countries. We need the will of the society. We need to really take serious what is this, and most of our people are not living, are surviving. They don't have money, they are persecuted, they are discriminated, they don't even know what they will eat that day. Then everyone that has everything fulfilled, everyone that you believe that you are empathic, you have a good heart, involved is in your countries. It's part of your society. It's, our citizen fellows. Then please do something and stay with us. We will stay here. But please, we cannot be alone.
Thank you so much. Let's give our panelists a big round of applause. And thank you all so much. And instead of a conclusion, I'm just going to pass the floor to Solvor to guide us towards the next hours and days.
Yeah, thank you. It has been a long day and a fantastic day, but it has also only just started. So in 1 hour and 10 minutes, we need to be at Litteraturhuset, the House of Literature, where we will have a book talk about Margareta Matake's book. And at 7, there will be a conference dinner at Romani Enslavement. And you're all heartily welcome to join that dinner. So please do. There will also be a performance by Salamanca Taikon Gonzalez. So that will be fantastic. Now, Astrid, can you please stand up? So look closely at this woman. If you don't know how to get to the House of Literature, speak with her. And she will guide you, because we need to run. But 5 o'clock there, and once we have finished the book talk, there will be a bus taking us to Romani Enslavement. So thank you for today. See you at 5.